So I'm just looking at the list on people that signed that were coming back and who's not back. And I've submitted the names to Human Resources. Okay, what we're going to do is before we go back to that item, we're going to do quick releases. So Councillor Sachs, you have 2 quick releases and you want a recorded vote, correct?
Yes, please.
On T32.5, recorded vote.
Yes, I wanted to ask some clarifying questions, but it's a Jewish holiday tonight, so I have to go.
Yeah, okay, so just have a recorded vote and you can vote against it.
Thank you.
Okay.
For quick release on development project, in my words, is premature. I'm voting no. I have to vote no.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Canavelle, how do you vote, please?
Where is
Affirmative.
it?
In favor. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Okay.
The item is adopted. The vote is 19-5.
Okay, on T32.6, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Canavelle, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
And Councillor Bravo, please. In the affirmative. Thank you. And Councillor Morley? Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-3.
Okay, do we have any further quick releases? Councillor Holiday, you have a quick release?
Sort of. I'm just
Well,
going
what do you mean, sort of?
Well, I'm going to release an item into the care of Councillor Malik, who I believe has a deferral motion, so it is quick.
Which one is that?
That's a good question. There's a lot left here, so just give me a second. MM20, this is the improving access to Toronto Island Park. I'm going to release that to Deputy Mayor Malik.
Which one is it? What
MM4120, improving access to Toronto Island Park.
Okay, so you're just moving it to Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yes, and I think that she has a very quick motion to defer this matter because it needs more work.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to move deferral?
I'd like to defer it to the next meeting of council, please.
Okay. MM 4120 has been deferred to the next council meeting. On favor, carried. Okay, any more quick releases? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that there is a motion now, long awaited, for PH 29.5, advancing the city's affordable housing access system.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen.
Do you? Oh, okay.
So it's not a quick release, okay?
Why don't you show me show Councillor Perks the motion, Councillor, yeah, then,
Okay, it's not a
not
quick
quick.
release.
Okay, then how about XE 31.3, 838 Broadview? I did send in a motion, I'm not sure if that's ready.
Do we have the motion? Okay, on EX
Hey.
31.3. There it is on the screen.
Thank you.
On favor? Oh, hold on. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Can you move the supplementary confidential?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
By Councillor Fletcher. On favor? Carried.
Thank you, Speaker and Clerk. And then I did have a motion on the, it was a motion without notice, an urgent Metrolinx.
Okay, hold on. Pardon? Oh, item is amended, on favor, carried.
Can I just ask about that Metrolinx Don Valley closure? That was an urgent motion. I'm not sure it got introduced.
Is there a new member's motion be introduced? Oh, because I thought I cut it off at
No,
5.
it's actually,
Oh, you didn't introduce it, okay.
Yes.
So let's introduce it then.
thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, we'll put it on the screen. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, the motion's on the screen.
Yes, thank you. It's an urgent because they're building the Ontario line across the Don Valley.
On favor, carried. Councillor Matlow. Is that it for Councillor Fletcher?
No?
No, Councillor Fletcher's not. Okay, let's do the motions first, okay. Okay, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow. No, we want to introduce this motion, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
I move this motion.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, we're back
I'm
to you.
fine, thank you. That's it, thank you.
That's it?
For now, yep, I'll have more.
Councillor Moyes.
I'd like to release MM 41.23.
Pardon?
MM 41.23. Staff has amendment. Motion.
Hold on, let me pull it out. Section 37.
That's correct.
Okay, and you have an amendment, okay? The amendment is on the screen. Everybody okay with it? I thought I heard somebody say, wait a minute. Is it okay? No. Councillor Cole, do you want to hold it? Okay, it's not a quick item.
Okay, sure.
All right. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Oh, sorry, that was the
Oh, that was that
motion that was
item?
deferred, yeah.
All right. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, this is the water boys item. I know, yeah, water boys. There's a movie too. Yeah.
CC
Thank
41.3.
you. Thanks, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to move the supplementary, and really, Asma Malik was going to move the deputy mayor. So
Okay,
so
hold
it's-
on. So it's not a quick item?
No, they have the motion and I don't need to speak to it. Oh, you have questions. Oh,
All right.
Okay.
Guess it's not quick.
It's not quick then. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, on a matter of personal privilege, I'm asking that we deal with my member's motion 4124 immediately or as soon as possible because I do need to leave for religious reasons. council's not supposed to sit on a Jewish holiday, and our synagogue observances are starting in about 40 minutes.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, before we get to that motion, which is MM 4124, before we begin the debate on this item, I'm ruling Part 2 of the motion out of order. Part 2 directs the clerk in anticipation of legislative amendments registered in Part 1. At this stage, it is not possible to know what rules the province may establish should it agree to council's request. If the province proceeds with amendments, I would expect the clerk to report back to council with appropriate recommendations based on the new framework. For these reasons, I'm ruling Part 2 to be premature and therefore out of order. Okay, so Part 1 is in order. So you want to move Part 1?
I do.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or want to speak on it? MM 4124.
No, I want to ask questions about it.
Okay, then it's not a quick item. Thank you. Yeah. So, oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, hold on, Councillor Holiday. I need to take a vote on Councillor Sachs's motion to reorder the order paper to deal with this item now. So, can we have a vote on it? Everybody in support? Okay, so we're dealing with it so we can ask questions now, correct? Yes, and so questions are just on Part 1, not on Part 2. So, if you have, let's clear the screen and we'll put your name up for questions. Also, if anybody has a question, if you can please put your name on the screen. Councillor Chernislin.
I do have a question about this motion. I wondered if there are costs associated with it. Like, have you discussed with the clerk's office the cost of doing a referendum?
Councillor Chernislin, I ruled that out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
We're
Why is
only
it,
up,
why is it out of order, just out of curiosity?
I just read it.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, yeah. Part 2, I've ruled out of order. It's Part 1 that's in order. Huh? Oh. Okay, if you want to ask a question, but it is out of order. Councillor, I don't know. Who are you asking the questions to? Councillor Chernislin? Clerk.
Well, it was a question for clerks or for the mover about whether there's been a discussion around this.
For the clerk.
Speaker, there has not been a discussion, but I could answer the question about the cost if that's council's wish.
Okay, well.
I am interested in the answer as to whether there are costs associated with a referendum. I think it's a question. Is that a cost that the city bears? I'm assuming it is, and how much that is.
Yeah, Speaker, it's a bit premature to talk about exactly what the cost might actually be if this legislation were to be amended and all the conditions could be met in whatever is going to be in any legislation. The cost would be minimal as long as a question could be put on the ballot before they're printed in August. So the costs there are minimal. Whether there are other costs associated with notice and other types of things, we have not had a chance to look at that yet because we don't know what the legislation may or may not say.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the context and the answer.
Councillor Holiday, do you have a question on?
I do.
Yeah, okay.
So do I understand the question is about the legislation regarding Billy Bishop Airport or the Municipal Elections Act? Because I guess my question is more general about what it takes to get a referendum question onto the ballot.
Well, Speaker, under the existing Municipal Elections Act, Council would have had to have passed a bylaw before March 1st of this year to put a question on the ballot.
Okay.
Now, there are some conditions around the question on the ballot. The question must be within the jurisdiction of the municipality and not conflict with a provincial interest. There must be notice given, there must be a public hearing, and then once Council adopts a bylaw under the existing legislation, there's actually a 20-day appeal period in which any member of the public could appeal to the Chief Electoral Officer of Ontario about the nature of the question. So there are some rules. There's a whole regime around questions on the ballot right now, but the key is that the March 1st date has passed.
Okay, now back to what's in front of us. Is the question that has been suggested in the motion in order in and itself?
Madam Speaker, I think that, that really goes to, that would require some interpretation about, under the existing rules, whether the question meets the definition of something within the municipal jurisdiction.
Okay.
We're not prepared, we haven't come today prepared with an in-depth analysis of that.
Okay.
If the province were to amend the legislation and the rules were similar to the rules that are in place, I would expect that between the solicitor and I, we would provide some advice to Council on the nature of any question that Council proposes.
Okay, so what's in front of us under question 1 is a request of the government to change the rules so that we could add a question to the ballot.
Speaker, yes, that's how I interpret the recommendation in part 1.
Okay, and so Council could add a whole litany of questions if we wanted to as amendments to this motion, because the master request is to simply ask the province to loosen the rules to have us slip that onto the election agenda, I guess.
Speaker, that's a possible interpretation of that, yes.
Okay, and then so part 2 is out of order because you don't actually have the power.
Correct. The Speaker has ruled it as premature, not having seen what legislation may or may not entail.
Okay, so we can send you amendment. We can place amendments to this motion then to add a whole bunch of other questions if we wish.
Speaker, I'd have to change hats as the election official to the procedural expert and give that some thought.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, through to the clerk. So just to clarify and just for everyone's understanding, given that there is the March 1st deadline, given that the city can only pose questions that are under its own jurisdiction, you recognize that the way that the motion is worded is requesting an amendment by the government, and it is true, in fact, that the government, if it chooses to, can make changes to accommodate most any request that we make regarding a question on the ballot.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And, well, Councillor Myers and I, along with Councillor Sachs and a few others, are always advocating for a city charter, and we would like to see more autonomy for our city. The reality today, even if we're not satisfied with it, is that we remain a creature of the province and that we do need to ask the province to make changes to legislation that affect us. Is that not true?
Madam Speaker, that is correct. Municipal elections in Ontario are governed by the provincial government through provincial legislation.
So there isn't another, even though as distasteful as it might be to some, to ask the government to make any change affecting our election, because we were not happy with what they did in 2018. That's my opinion. There is no other path, is there, to be able to do this?
There is no other path, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And to whomever can answer this question, when Doug Ford first stood up and announced that he plans to bring jets to Toronto Island, he mentioned that he saw a pole, and that gave him some comfort to move ahead. Did he ever did he ever actually ask Torontonians? Was there, can anyone tell me if there were any consultation meetings with the public, any opportunity to hear the voice of Torontonians, whether they be opponents or proponents of his idea?
Through the speaker, we have not been made aware of the source of that information.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question. I may be misremembering this. And it's not a boundary change, albeit, but did we not once attempt to sue the government, the provincial government? Did we not sue them for making changes to the Municipal Elections Act after people had begun to register their candidacies?
So this was not a claim, so it wasn't a lawsuit in that sense, but yes, the city did commence legal proceedings challenging the authority of the provincial government to enact that legislation on the basis of various arguments with respect to provincial jurisdiction, yes.
And provincial jurisdiction, but was one of those arguments not the unfairness of doing this after people had registered to run, therefore thinking that the conditions of the election were a known quantity?
Yes, that was the foundation of some of the principal arguments, yes.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I was remembering that correctly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, so. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, your name's not there. Pardon? Councillor Fletcher.
Up, and I guess this is a question for the clerk or city solicitor. We could put speed cameras on here with a referendum question about speed cameras across the city. Is that correct?
I don't think that this is...
This is a request. We're asking this, so there could be other things.
Oh, yeah, can you please, because I think we're just getting out of hand.
No, I understand how you feel.
Okay, hold on. No, just hold on and listen.
I'm listening.
Okay.
The item in front of us is called A Voice for Torontonians on Jet Island Airport Plan, and the item is about the airport and the government's plan for the airport. So questions that aren't related to the airport would not be germane on this item, in our opinion.
So if there was something that would be germane to the airport, that was another question, we could add that on.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Questioning, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have some latitude as far as what we're asking.
Okay, I understand that Councillor Sachs has to leave, so Councillor Sachs, did you want to move it? Councillor Sachs? No, that was it for the questions. Oh, it's just that Councillor Sachs said she had to leave, so I was going to get her to speak first, but all right. I'm just trying to, because Councillor Sachs said she has to leave. Councillor Fletcher to leave, Councillor Fletcher to speak.
No, I'm happy to let Councillor Sachs
Okay.
speak first. Yeah.
You guys are driving me crazy. Insane. Councillor Sachs.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'm asking my colleagues to support this for the following reason. The people of Toronto want to say in the future of our downtown and our waterfront, and they deserve to have that say. And this motion is the only way we have to get them that say. In brief, this is our generation's Spadina Expressway, in my view. And I've got a lot of reasons why. Doug Ford has taken away our rights. He's taking away our land. He's ignoring the decision of this council. He's taking away the voice of council. He's therefore taking away the voice of the people of Toronto through this council. But that gives us two choices. We can sit quietly by and let our waterfront and our downtown go the way of the Science Center and Ontario Place. Or we can give the people the voice that they have clearly said they want. They deserve that voice. They deserve a loud voice. And there is only one way for them to have that voice, and that is through putting a question on the ballot. Now, this is nothing like the 2018 situation where the ward boundaries were changed, where when people made their decisions to run or not, they didn't know that the boundaries were going to be different, the populations were going to be different, the cost was going to be different. That directly was unfair to the people who ran in that election. This is nothing like that. This is an election question. It doesn't change anything about the decision for councillor. It doesn't change anything about the decision for mayor. This is simply a chance to give the people a say, a loud voice. Hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people vote in the municipal election, and they can speak in a way that all three governments have to listen to. Even our premier, who is completely tone deaf to the needs of this city, but more particularly, because we know that he doesn't do what we ask him to most of the time, but there is another level of government which has a final say here, and it's the federal government, which has so many Toronto Liberal MPs that he depends on, and their government has said that the people of this city will get a say. And there is no other means for this people to get a say other than what we've done already, which isn't working. Now, it's true that we don't know what the people will say, but we have to trust the people of this city to choose what they love, to vote for the future that they want, and we should all listen to what the people of this city want. I'm not telling anybody how to vote on the ballot, but I want to give people the chance to vote and to have their say. And there is an enormous amount at stake. Now, I don't know whether it was an accident, a coincidence, that Doug Ford kept this whole plan secret until it was too late for us to have a referendum question. He could, if he was planning this, he could have talked about it in the provincial election. He could have announced it last fall when we had time to follow the processes in the Municipal Elections Act. But he didn't mention a word of it. The first we heard of this legislation was after March 1st. And the next opportunity we have to ask the people of Toronto their opinion in a referendum is 2030. And that will be way too late. The legislation's already being jammed through. So we owe our voters our trust. We owe our voters our respect. We owe them the chance to speak about a transformational and essentially irreversible change to our city. And there are enormous impacts. We're talking about choking traffic for the downtown, same as a Blue Jays game, every single day. We're talking about degrading Billy Bishop for passengers while ruining the waterfront. It threatens, just by filling in so much of the harbor, to reduce water flow so much that the harbor becomes stagnant and stinks. The jet blast alone would make it unsafe for recreational boating. They're talking about paving Little Norway Park for parking. They may have to move the runway south and take Hanlan's Point. They may have to close the Hanlan's dock. It would threaten a lot of the tourist appeal. Our waterfront is the primary tourist attraction of Toronto. It threatens the affordable housing that we've just approved for Ukwem and Minising. It threatens so much noise and pollution to every 2.5 minutes at the local elementary school that the children may not be able to play outside. And we can't even guess the financial impact on this city to the nearest $1 billion because we don't know what all the pieces are.
Councillor Sachs, your time is up.
Anyway, so I'm asking you to give the people a chance to have their say, and this is the only way to do it. Thank you for accommodating me.
Okay, thank you. I don't know. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Fletcher.
Can I go at the end since I held that?
Pardon?
I'd like to go at the end.
I don't know. Well, Councillor Fletcher, you're next up to speak. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. Recognizing that the airport isn't in my ward, but the waterfront, central waterfront is part of my ward, and of course the East End, the Portlands, and we did approve that fantastic plan. I think there should be a few other questions on the ballot. Basically, the real question is, do you want City of Toronto to advocate for a waterfront where Torontonians can live, can work, and can play, and in particular, the play part, because the waterfront belongs to everybody, and the island is such an important attraction. It is the largest tourist attraction in the city of Toronto, and not just for tourists, but also for Torontonians from every single part of this city. And I really want us to always advocate for that. I think it's a much bigger question than just jets or no jets, or airport or no airport, because we've had this debate, I don't know, for 30 years. But the real issue is, what do we want from our waterfront and our central waterfront? Do we want a beautiful new Oakwood-Minising? Do we want a brand new spectacular community? Do we want to live, work, and play on the waterfront? Do we want a lakeshore that is so congested nobody can actually move through the city? I would have to say we don't want that. The question in my mind, I will support number one. You've taken number two out, but it's very narrow. It really should be aspirational for our city, because City of Toronto, our residents have very strong aspirations about where they live, about how we want to see this city develop. I can't tell you the number of people. Councillor Cheng, you brought a bike tour from your ward. I think you had, I forget you said how many people, maybe 125 people. Councillor Cheng led a bike brigade from her ward all the way down to Bedosagay. These are destinations. It is not just a narrow jets, no jets, airport, no airport. It is our waterfront. How much do we care for that? So I would say to councillors Matlow and Sachs, it would have been very wise to have talked to us who are on the waterfront, because last time I looked, you aren't a waterfront ward, and nor is Councillor Sachs. We have to think about that all the time. How is it that Torontonians view the new emerging waterfront? I don't own that, but I am a steward of that, the same as many of you are stewards for your area. So I wouldn't presume to understand that. I'm looking at you, Councillor Thompson, and your Golden Mile. You're a steward for that transformation of that section of Scarborough with the LRT. And I'm not going to presume that I know how to talk about that section. I'm going to figure out, if I'm putting a ballot question, what's the best way to make sure everybody understands the importance, the critical importance of that as an economic driver for Scarborough. It's not simply about an LRT or a former industrial site. It's the transformation part that I think we're missing by the narrow question. I'll support it, but I am saying to you, both councillors, very narrow. And I did see you with your MP and your MPP, Councillor Matlow, and I'm certainly hoping when you speak, you tell me that your MPP, I didn't read that in your tweet, was 100% going to stand up and say to the Prime Minister, defend Toronto's waterfront, because it's not about flying in or flying out. It's about generations and a transformational moment. So I'm hoping you'll let me know that your new MP is 100% on board, because I haven't had that chance to have a photo op with mine, but really and truly, that's what I'm saying. We have a transformational moment. Let's make sure the questions we ask are transformational, address the aspirations and the transformational nature of the stage that we're at on the waterfront. Thank you.
Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have my own motion. If I could ask the clerk to put that up. So, since we're in the moment here to ask questions on a ballot, I thought I'd ask my own. And it's up there, and it's whether or not you want to see the City of Toronto de-amalgamate. And you know, this is serious. If we are now going to ask the provincial government to vary the legislation, then let's aim big. Let's ask those big questions.
Yes. Mayor Holiday.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, I will be moving your motion out of order, so.
Well, I'll be challenging the chair for sure, but I would like to finish talking about it because, you know.
But I'm ruling it out of order.
And I'll challenge the chair.
All right.
And then I'd like to continue to speak about it. It's not out of order.
Okay, Councillor Holiday has challenged the chair.
It's not related to the item.
So motion to uphold the chair's decision to rule the motion out of order.
Councillor Bradford and Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please.
The vote is to uprule the chair. Uphold the chair, or lift me up, or do whatever you want.
Chair, Madam Speaker, the chair is upheld by a vote of 19-5.
All right, so now, yeah, I know you haven't been finished. Just wait. Why? What's wrong with people today? My God. Okay, Councillor Holiday, you can continue.
Well, that's a shame.
Okay.
But
It is a shame.
But
what a shame.
As much as I disagree with the ruling's the ruling. Maybe I'll bring the motion back another time. But the point I want to make here, and what the point that the motion makes is that, you know, there's different viewpoints in different parts of the city. And I do go to meetings, and I do get the comments, and I'm sure other councillors, especially in the suburbs, do, that, you know, that the amalgamation didn't work. And what's of an interest to some of the councillors in the inner core of the city, you know, whether they agree or disagree with the government is a different lens. So if you're in Etobicoke, we've got 2 flight paths over Etobicoke Center. And it does fly over parks, and it does fly over schools at very low altitude, you know, compared to the flight paths that are over the lake. This is a real thing. And it affects the quality of life. However, many people understand the economic importance of the airport and the amenity that the airport provides. And heck, some people live in Etobicoke because they either work in the district or they fly a lot. And it makes sense for them. But the point I'm trying to make with this motion and with what I'm saying is that be careful what you ask for in a referendum question such as this. What you may find is people in the suburbs say, I don't care about the situation downtown. I'm just glad that there's an extra option for me to fly in and out of Toronto, and I see the economic value in it. And as much as you know, someone may appreciate the opinions of those living next to the airport, once you move a little bit further away, those issues don't matter anymore. They're more academic or political. And so these are very, very serious questions. And that's unfortunately what happens when you amalgamate a city as large as ours. There's different lenses that are applied to the different decisions. And, you know, frankly, that's what we fight about here in the chamber all the time. But there's a big city, different opinions, different neighborhoods, different needs. And council should be alive to those and understand why, you know, these issues aren't straightforward, or not be surprised or appalled when other people have different opinions about whether or not there should be an airport or what Jet Blast does. I'd invite you out to Centennial Park when the jets are flying on the south runway. because then you'll see what it means in terms of noise, smell, exhaust, what it means to have a conversation when the aircraft are at a very, very low altitude, flying directly over you, where you can actually wave to the passengers in the window. Or go to a little bit south of that to some of the housing developments that have been in there since the 50s and understand how much noise happens. Or come to my house where you hear the engine roll back at night. But that is all part of the way that our city is made up. And I would urge councillors to think about those different aspects of it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Sachs obviously had to leave for, excuse me, I can't, would you start my time? It got noisy next to me. Thank you. Councillor Sachs obviously had to leave because she has a religious holiday tonight. But I want to do my best to explain what I believe the intent and motivation is here and why I support her. When Doug Ford first announced that he was going to bring jets to Toronto Island, he said that he looked at a poll and he thought that he should do it. But he never talked to anybody in Toronto. He never came to us. He never came to. Yeah, that's what I just said.
Councillor Fletcher, stop interrupting.
Roar in the lake.
Roar in the lake.
My God, what's going on here?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Matlow.
He never came to us. He never came to our waterfront neighborhoods. He never came to any of our communities. And before even putting a plan in front of us or the federal government, he's already barreling ahead with legislation to remove the City of Toronto from the tripartite agreement governing the airport and moving to expropriate our lands, including waterfront parks, along with the Toronto Islands. Now, little bits and pieces of information keep coming out. We just heard from the Toronto Port Authority that it could cost up to $5 billion to do this, which I don't know about you, but I can think of a lot of things, including, some of our kids' schools, our hospitals, other priorities in this province that need attention, rural communities that don't have local doctors, like real things that are being underfunded while Doug Ford wants to build a massive tunnel vision under the 401 and now this Billy Bishop expansion. Billions of dollars. I find it absurd. But we also need to know more about the extent of the runway, which we hear could be so long that it will be longer than the Burj Khalifa is high in Dubai, the tallest building in the world. What about the blast wall that would have to be built? What about the housing targets that will be compromised in the new Okumin-Minising neighborhood? We don't have those answers yet, nor do Torontonians. But Doug Ford today is going ahead with this legislation to literally, not just figuratively, literally remove the voices of Torontonians from the discussion about their own waterfront. And one man's vision and one man's voice seems to be the only thing that's important to Doug Ford. But we already have a vision. We have a remarkable vision for Okumin-Minising. We've got the new Bedazage Park, which is a world-class park. It's remarkable. We have vibrant neighborhoods growing along our waterfront. We've got new parks working with Waterfront TO. We have a vision that I don't want to see go sideways because of what Doug Ford is doing for somebody, but not for the people of Toronto. So yes, I think it's not unreasonable to send a clear message today that we want to go to Torontonians and do what Doug Ford should have done from day one. Talk to people. Ask them, what do you think? What do you want for your waterfront? What do you want for your future? He didn't do that. So we're going to go to the people of Toronto and ask them. Now, there are proponents of Doug Ford's plan that also should have a voice, and they are being ignored. There are opponents such as myself who believe that our communities should have a voice. but let us have a vibrant democratic debate over this based on facts. And yes, do I believe that the federal government want to be grown-ups and actually look at facts? Yes, I do. I'm convinced of it. Have I been having conversations? Yes. That's why I'm doubly convinced that they want an evidence-based process. But that's why we're asking for information about housing. Today we've got another motion about health. We've had a motion about transportation. What about congestion on Lakeshore? We need these answers. So let's go to the people, let's have that conversation, and I believe in Torontonians. I believe that once they have the facts and have an opportunity to make their voice heard,
5 seconds.
they will make their voice heard, and they will be grateful to be part of this conversation rather than neglected. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Municipal elections are fundamentally an opportunity for residents to weigh in on the future of our city. Sometimes that is about the direction that we're going to go in. Sometimes that is about policies that have been put forward and debated and discussed in open debates, in the parks, around the dinner table. But there's always a point and an opportunity and a moment for a discussion about the future. Torontonians need to be at the table, and they deserve a public and transparent process on issues of this magnitude. And if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. Putting this type of question to voters is a valuable way to get insights and perspectives on where Toronto is at on this issue. And so I appreciate Councillor Sachs's motion, Councillor Matlow's work on this file, because I think the timing aligns with the fact that this proposal has been thrust upon the City of Toronto, and the fact that in about 157 days, Torontonians are already going to the ballot box where they can put an X down on the future and the vision of the city, but also a proposal like this. Because I think Torontonians expect leadership that is going to advocate for, stand up for, and when necessary, fight for this city. And I think what's happened over the past number of months, and in fact over the past number of years, we haven't had that type of leadership, that strong leadership fighting for this city. Things keep happening to Toronto. Things keep happening to our city on a number of different files. Backroom deals, negotiations that council and the public are kept out of. Announcements and press conferences that nobody's read in on. Decisions that are made for us, but without us. I don't think that sits well with the vast majority of Torontonians, and the Island Airport debacle is the latest example of that. Some people will be for an expansion of the airport. There's an expansion coming with the RISA requirements for federal regulations and safety requirements. We know that's happening. That was a discussion that took place in 2024. But since then, and where we are now, there have clearly been other conversations that not all of us have been a part of. Announcements have been made. Ideas have been shared, but they haven't been backed up with the plan to support it. The business case. Those conversations with Torontonians that I think a lot of people would really like to participate with. What is missing is Toronto's seat at the table. And yet we're part of that tripartite agreement. There's 3 legs to that stool. We're one of them. But I'm not hearing Toronto's interests represented. I'm not seeing the City of Toronto take advantage of its bully pulpit as the largest city in this country to go out and articulate and advocate for a position. I don't hear that. We'll pass this motion together tonight in a showing of unity. It'll go up the street to Queen's Park. Probably goes right in the shredder. But there is an opportunity for leadership in this building to actually lead. Haven't seen it, haven't heard it. So I do appreciate Councillor Sachs, Councillor Matlow's efforts on this file. I'm very supportive of that. Torontonians should have a seat at the table. They should have someone who's not afraid to stand up and fight for the city's interests. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I rise not to talk about airplanes, not to talk about airports, but to talk about what this motion is really about, and that is asking a premier that we've asked not to monkey with elections to monkey with an election, and to ask him to give us the ability to do a referendum. And Madam Speaker, if you want to destroy an election, if you want to shut down all conversation, if you want to forget about a seat at the table, referenda are the way to do it. You'd reduce everything to a binary decision, and the conversation stops, and it becomes about organizing for a side. And that's all it becomes. Notoriously bad results come out of them. Everyone remembers Brexit. Notoriously bad result. Anyone outside of the city of London knows that it affected their economy and is still impacting them. They're still trying to figure it out. And that came from best of intentions turned into a very painful binary decision in which one side, a government, with lots of money, lots of legislation that gave them an advertising budget and all the rules that they could do the best advertising and co-opt the worst companies in the world to run that program for them and come up with a bad decision. And they haven't been able to keep a prime minister for 5 minutes since. They're completely destabilized. That's what happens when you do a referendum. You might not know of one more recently because social media makes them even worse. Australia did a referendum on Indigenous voice in their community in 2023, intending to constitutionally recognize Aboriginal and Torres Strait residents. And what happened? 2-1 against. Setting reconciliation in Australia back decades and decades by doing it by referendum. California Proposition 14, overturning civil rights and coming very close to institutionalizing, racializing affordable housing across California. Thank God the federal government in power at the time was able to mobilize and make it unconstitutional, or they'd still be digging themselves out of that problem. The Swiss women's suffrage referendum. It took them, because of negative opinion, until 1959 to figure out whether or not women could even vote. And because the referendum failed, it didn't happen until 1971. It's not the way to have a conversation. It shuts down conversations. And if I want to go all the way back, and I'm not trying to be sensationalistic, but in 1934, the German referendum. The German referendum, which allowed Hitler to combine chancellor and president into one role, paving the way to World War II. That's what happens in a referendum. It's not a conversation. It's not a seat at the table. It's a roll of the dice, and it depends on who's got the money and the wherewithal to organize. And you're asking a government who has all of those things to give permission to have one. And if you don't think, based on the authoritarian moves they're making now to create the airport, if you don't think they'd start spending money to cement the decision, you're dreaming. You're dreaming in Technicolor. So my speech, and I want to be clear again, I'm not talking about airports right now. I'm not talking about jets. But in this room, if you ever move a motion demanding that we decide something by referendum in a city of 3.2 million people, I'm going to make this same speech. I'll probably have even more examples by then because they keep coming, and big mistakes and horrible outcomes keep coming out of them. I will always rise to make this speech. I will not vote for a motion that says, let's have a referendum on a binary issue like this.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple more speakers. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm first going to address something that Councillor Carroll said, and I just want to maybe ask you, through you, Speaker, to not use the events that preceded the Holocaust as a metaphor, because that's something that is something that we should be very cautious about. Human catastrophes are never metaphors. But speaking to the question of what's before us here, I have to refocus my thoughts because that hit hard. But I think that I would like to, first of all, I understand the impulse and desire to try anything and do anything with respect to the way that the provincial government treats municipalities in Ontario in particular. We have a structural problem in this country that is in our constitution, which means that at every single council meeting, on half of the items, we're actually dealing with the impact of provincial decisions, often federal decisions, that are impacting us, but we don't have the tools, we don't have the funding, we don't have the powers to actually address the root causes. We are the only province in this country where municipalities have been made responsible for social services and social housing in a patchwork of ways. That is structurally an impediment to progress. You think about what Manitoba is doing right now in so many different ways, the powers that Montreal has with respect to the provincial government, and we look across this country and we see we could do better. Look at what they're doing. We can't do better because we're structurally hampered. I think about the split decision at the Supreme Court, where candidates filed to run in 47 wards, raised money, bought signs, knocked on doors, and then the election, the middle of it, the number of seats was cut in half, pitting candidate against candidate, incumbent against incumbent. We were joined in that case that many people and many candidates defended by Métis people and actually First Nations, because it was really a fundamental question about democracy. It was a 4-5 decision, but that is as close as we've gotten to identifying the structural problem with this country. Now, the Constitution isn't going to be open tomorrow, but I would say that I fundamentally reject the notion that asking these questions, do you want the City of Toronto to support and cooperate in Premier Ford's plan to turn Billy Bishop Airport into a jet airport? And the second one, do you want the City of Toronto to support and cooperate in Premier Ford's plan to turn Billy Bishop Airport into a jet airport? I mean, that's not the only question that people in Toronto have. Today in Davenport, people were joined from across the city because of the legislation that the provincial government has passed, which is going to make it easier to sell school grounds. You know, we passed a motion here that I moved to reject that, and now the school boards are challenging that because they've been taken over by the provincial government. We have so many different ways that our hands are tied. We talked about Bill 98 earlier and the potential provincial takeover of our Toronto Transit Commission services to the detriment of the people of Toronto. So calling the question here and saying this is the only thing that we have to fight for, I think is a valuable way to show the frustration that council members feel. And I 100% understand that all of the waterfront councillors, that councillors Matlow and Sachs are frustrated. But I don't think this is a good way for us to move forward. To show, it's not the only way to show accountability to our constituents. It's not the only way to respect our constituents, as Councillor Sachs said. We fight in so many other ways. And I just want to caution everyone that once we start moving this kind of motion and saying we should have a referendum on this and we should have a referendum on that, watch what happens. Be careful of what we're inviting here. We're designing fundamental questions that are intergovernmental, that are really like fundamentally to the core of what we do and where we go as a city. And I think that this is a dangerous move. I can't support this. I want to. I completely understand what people are doing here, but I think that we're opening the door to a very dangerous approach to how we have a relationship with both the federal and provincial government. A federal government that, by the way, has a very fundamental role in governing aviation in this country, and training our guns on one and naming the premier personally. I would say that I have to vote no with a lot of regret.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I understand people are pissed with Doug Ford. I get that. Like, you're pissed, right? Because with Premier Ford, right? He just, decided that he's going to change the tripartite agreement and, as a province, and we're creatures of the province, he can with, sort of the stroke of a pen. Well, he doesn't use a pen. He's probably got an assistant there taking some notes, right? So he's not doing it with the stroke of a pen himself. but he's saying to some guy sitting next to him, let's do that, let's take that over, and you go figure out how to do that, and let me know tomorrow morning, right? Because I want to expand the island airport. So we're pissed. I get it. I hear Councillor Sachs. I hear Councillor Matlow, sort of squirming around with that because they're really, really pissed about it and they want to lash out. They want to do something that gets their attention, right, in some meaningful way. Well, I can probably tell you with some confidence that Premier Ford will not cut the ribbon on the expanded airport. I bet you if I had to put money down today, he's not going to be the guy cutting that ribbon, right? That's for sure. So whether that happens or not, that's a long journey for all of us. But this whole referendum thing, that's throwing a grenade in the middle of the next election. That's what you're doing. And if I were Premier Ford, and knowing Premier Ford a little bit, his office used to be next to mine downstairs, all right? We sat with him here for 4 years. He will muse on that for some time. He will sit there and say to the guy sitting next to him who's actually got the pen, he'll say, you know what? Why not allow them to do this? Why not? We know the outcome. In the suburbs, it's going to be 60% in favor of expanding the airport and 40% against. Downtown, it's going to be 60 against and 44. And it'll be split. But the issue will hijack the next election. And this is not what people care about. No one in my ward has come to me and said, hey, Peruzza, oh my God, that airport, that's the issue. That's it. No, people are worried about putting food on the table and paying their bills, paying their rent. Nobody gives a hoot about the airport in my ward. I get it. There's a few people down here who are really perplexed about it. They're vexed. They're pissed. But I don't think that this is what we want to ask for. I don't think that this is what we want to do. Because if Peruzza does not have a ward that has said overwhelmingly that, yeah, we want the island airport expanded, I would probably sit here and say, you know what, this is like stupid. Because probably 20 or 30 years from now, when they finally get this thing done, if they ever do it, jets are going to be landing vertically. They ain't going to need the runway. They ain't going to need whatever, right? Like, or whatever that plane model is that's going to be landing 30, 40 years down the road. Technology today is moving so fast that every time we move to do something, it's changed on us. That's a fact. So Peruzza would probably sit there and say, I don't know, $5, $10, $15 billion expanded airport. Well, like what for? There's plenty of capacity, and I agree with Councillor Holiday. We're under the flight path. We get it. We get the noise, and like the knee-jerk reaction from folks to say, you know what, maybe we can shift some of those flights down on the waterfront, and they can bug a few other people and not bug me. Maybe I can sleep later at night. That's what people say, all right? And really, it's all moot. Like really.
Thank you, Councillor.
So I don't know. I think this should go down, and we should move on.
Okay. Councillor Chillis Lynn.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the concerns that have been raised by the last few speakers. I do appreciate the intent of the movers on this motion. I think there is intense frustration of the province's approach from the Science Centre to Ontario Place to the school boards and now to the island airport. The list goes on and on and on. And I think there's also, of course, it goes back to 2018. So I understand that. My concern with the referendum, aside from the points that have been raised by several councillors, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Bravo, I also feel like the question we're asking isn't necessarily the right question. One of the biggest concerns that I have, aside from the fact of the expropriation and takeover and removing Toronto from the tripartite agreement, is the complete lack of transparency by the province about what this plan could be. Nobody has any idea what the plan is. I mean, I'm sure somebody has an idea, but none of us have been made aware of it. As far as we know, the reading in the paper, the Port Authority isn't going to be ready with a plan for at least a year. So we don't even know what those parameters are. So if we were going to be asking the question, I'm not sure it would be necessarily the question that's before us in a referendum. So I think for me, I'm not even sure what I'm going to vote, because I understand the idea behind this of just wanting to take a stand and wanting to give people an outlet to do something about it. But I'm not sure we're A, asking the right question, and B, I'm not sure that there's really I'm not sure this gets us the outcome we want, and it could get us a very different outcome from what we want. And to me, that is a risky move on our part. So my gut says no on a referendum, especially in the process that we're asking the province to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coe.
Yes. Again, I was intrigued by this motion. I think the expression of the disgust that most people in Toronto, Middle Toronto, downtown Toronto have about this unilateral takeover of the airport and the impact it's going to have on the waterfront. As you know, our premier, as people call him, the premier of Toronto, doesn't seem to have any problem finding time to try and run this city, micromanage it. And I think a lot of it is basically moves to distract from the real problems this province has and the city has. As you know, 1 week it's the Science Center, 1 week it's the spa, then it's the Convention Center of the lake, then he's going to tunnel underneath the 401, then he'll take away. So it's all a premier basically that is enjoying this third majority with no accountability, so he just sits there dreaming up these schemes. And perhaps some of this scheme is viable, but I'm beginning to think that I think in listening to Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Carroll and Councillor Chernes-Lynn, I think we are in danger here with this request for referendum. Because I think it'll preoccupy the election, the media will love it, but we won't talk about the real problems Torontonians face. And what Torontonians face are traffic congestion, nightmares. They face roads that are in desperate need of repair. They face rising cost of food, the horrendous cost of rent in the city, young people, middle-class people that can't afford to buy a home in the city. So it's a distraction from all of that. And then all of a sudden, all people are going to talk about at the doors is this, bait and switch thing about the airport. He'll probably like that. So that's why I think I've changed my mind on this. I was going to vote for it, but then listening to people, I think it's good second sober thought by everyone in saying, do we really want to have this critically important election focus on this airport scheme? And I don't think we want that. Certainly the airport and the paving of Little Norway Park and everything else that goes along with it is really irrational. So as much as it's something we don't want to see happen, I think we have to look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is we have a city that's very fragile. We've got a city where you know, as I said, just making ends meet is difficult for a lot of people. And we've got a city that has also social needs. You know, the cost of taking care of children and daycare, the destruction of our local schools. I mean, we've had some of the best schools in the country. I know in my own ward, I've got schools like Allenby, John Wanless, who's going to celebrate their 100th year. I mean, they're being essentially threatened by a provincial government that looks upon schools and school boards as political pawns. So those are the issues, hopefully, that the people of Toronto will concentrate on in this election. By going over to this, you know, binary thing, as Councillor Carroll said, essentially does a disservice to the everyday issues we as councillors have to deal with and try to make better for the people of Toronto. So I think we should reject this referendum. It would be fun to sort of say we're going to have it, but this is not a game of fun. This is a serious business of governing people and governing a very fragile city.
2 seconds.
And so I would say vote no and concentrate on the needs of people of Toronto.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote. Recorded vote. We still have a lot of items on the agenda, members. Okay, recorded vote. Sure. Okay.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Moyes. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Carroll, please. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher. The item does not carry. The vote is 9-16.
Thank you. Now, members, okay. Okay. Okay, members of council, we have a huge agenda still. So, no, some of the Councillor Fletcher, I'm coming to you just that. Now, hold on, please listen to me. We got to get this agenda done. Now, there were some new members' motions that were introduced, so maybe to speed things along, could we move these motions? Councillor Fletcher, MM 4138 for the theater. Councillor Ainslie.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I don't know if this is a point of privilege or point of order, but I was just, a number of our colleagues have left this evening because it's a Jewish feast day. I know our calendar lists them and we vote on them each year, but I don't know how often that calendar gets updated. I have members of my own staff that are Jewish and they didn't understand why we were meeting today. I'm Roman Catholic. Our feast days are generally recognized. We don't meet on the major ones. There's minor ones we don't worry about. But there's a number of our Jewish colleagues that have left because they can't meet this evening. And I was just wondering how often the calendar gets reviewed or if it could be reviewed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move your motion MM 4138? It's on the screen.
Just to move that, please.
Okay, on favor, carried. MM 4139. Deputy Mayor Malik. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, okay? Okay, so that's
I'm holding it, please.
all right.
Thank you.
Okay, just a sec, I'm not finished. MM 4140. Councillor Ainsley's motion. Councillor Ainsley?
Move.
Okay, on favor, carried. And,
Sorry, Speaker, my microphone's still on.
yeah, I know. MM 4141. Councillor Morley, on favor, carried. MM 4142. Councillor Fletcher.
Please.
By Councillor Fletcher, on favor, carried. MM 4143. Councillor, which one? Okay, so it's not a big, okay, so we'll hold that item down. All right. All right, so we'll go back, we'll go back, well, okay, quick release, Councillor Fletcher.
MM 41.31, addressing Toronto's female ginkgo trees. I'll release that one.
Okay, just a sec, let me find it. Okay. On favor, carried.
And then I will quick release PH 29.5 with a motion that the staff have, please. I believe we have that. It's been back and forth, and that's been clarified. Councillor Holiday, I understand.
Okay, it's on the screen by Councillor Fletcher, PH 29.5. Yes, recorded vote. We'll have a recorded vote.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Myers, please.
Councillor Crisanti, if you're participating remotely, can you please turn your camera on?
Which one?
The motion is adopted. The vote is 21 to 1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll, I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, motion number 43, 140 Merton Street. I got my questions asked offline. I can release it.
Okay, that was a motion by Councillor Matlow.
Asked and answered.
Councillor Matlow? Okay, on MM 4143, on favor, carried. Now, which item were we at before we broke at 6? Councillor Moyes.
Yes, let's try again, Madam Speaker. MM 4123, the Allen Gardens Master Plan and Expansion. There's a motion. The motion comes from staff. It's just to report back to IEC.
But somebody held it down.
I held it down.
No, I think somebody. I thought it was somebody else that, that.
Yeah,
No?
somebody wanted to read it before they voted on it.
Was it me? I wanted to read it.
Fine.
Okay. MM 4123, on favor, carried.
You read it.
Okay, just a sec, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, you said you had another one?
Yes, I do. And that is a CC 41.3 update on 2026 motorized watercraft exclusion zones. And I've had my questions answered, and Councillor Bradford was trying to let that go, so I'm happy to do that.
So Councillor Bradford, would you like to move that?
Yep, I'll move the supplementary, and I think Deputy Mayor Malik will also move something.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you. I have an amendment that is with clerks. It's to make sure that
Okay, just a sec. We have to put the motion up.
Thank you. This is to make sure that...
No, hold on. I don't have it yet.
I
Okay.
see it on my screen.
Okay.
It's to make sure that the costs past the 2026 summer season are where they should be with the Toronto Port Authority.
Okay, on motion 1, on favor, carried. Motion 2 by Deputy Mayor Malik, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, I think that's it for the quick releases. So if we can go back to the item we were dealing with at 6 o'clock, before 6. I can't remember what item was it.
I am held because I...
This was SC 31.1, which was Ellesmere Road. So I believe, who was Councillor Ainsley was up to speak. Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So at Scarborough Community Council, we supported this item against it unanimously. We had a long discussion. We had a lot of deputants from the community. We had the local community association president that talked about the secondary plan in the area. University of Toronto Scarborough has their own secondary plan for their campus. You know, when you look at either secondary plan, this building or this piece of property is not identified for intensification in either secondary plan. When you look at some of the benefits in the area for this report, the developer that owns this building, at one point, I believe it was supposed to be a condominium in the original plan, former Councillor McKelvey, when this was first brought forward, and it's morphed into student housing. They're targeting student housing. And, you know, we reached out to University of Toronto Scarborough to ask about their student numbers. The information I got back from the university, there aren't a significant student numbers coming in the near future. In our current planning, the province is currently evaluating the objective, which may mean future students, but at this point we have no new students that are coming in with the exception of the medical school, but that's 40 students a year to a steady state of 80. The rest of the students are being moved from other existing programs for a total of about 125 students, most of which are actually doing online learning, and then in-person placement. So not a significant student population is expected at University of Toronto Scarborough in the next 5 years. So targeting student growth is not practical. We asked planning staff at Scarborough Community Council if the University of Toronto Scarborough had been contacted at all about student growth in the area. We were told they hadn't. One of the other issues that we face when it comes to building in this community is that developers now, almost as a crutch, are using the expected Scarborough LRT line to be built. You see it in all the advertisements for buildings on Ellesmere, Morningside, Kingston Road, parts of Eglinton. The Durham Bus Rapid Transit line, which they've done the environmental assessment for, but Metrolinx has been quite clear they don't have any money for a bus rapid transit line along Ellesmere, and they have no expectation of getting the money anytime in the near future. So speaking with all of the residents in the area, many of them that were involved in the secondary plan that was done for this community, at the end of it, it was the unanimous decision of Scarborough community to turn this proposal down, and we would ask for the support of City Council today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for the speakers. So on the motion, we have Councillor Perks' motion. Okay. Councillor Shan, Councillor Ainsley, you guys want a recorded vote?
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Perruzza. The motion carries. The vote is 12-9.
All right, so we've completed that item. So we're going back to, at PH 30.6, Building Toronto's Housing Future. Mayor Chow, you held the item down. PH 30.6. Councillor Ainsley?
Sorry, Madam Chair, on a point of order, I believe the next item will probably be quicker than the one we just did from Scarborough Community Council, and staff are here. No, you don't want to do it, Gord?
Might not be quick.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so who's taking carriage of this one, PH 30.6? Huh?
Who's got Diane's one now?
Oh, Councillor Myers, you have questions on this? Councillor Myers? No, you weren't holding it. The mayor was holding it. Councillor Myers has questions, so we'll go to questions first. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So my first question is, when looking at the map, there are no affordable housing projects in this 3-year work plan in all of North Scarborough, which is all of Scarborough north of 401. Scarborough is about a third of the geography of the City of Toronto, and if you split that in half, that's about 1/6 of the City of Toronto has none of these projects. So can staff explain why none of these projects are being located in this part of the city where there are so many high needs communities?
Through the speaker, staff reviewed all city-led sites based on our prioritization criteria. This also included consideration for geographic diversity. The outcome of this work was that there was no advanced projects in some catchment areas. This would be one of them, unfortunately. But we would be happy to work with the councillor to see what sites there are available that could be used to promote housing in that particular catchment area.
Do staff have a list of providers in this part of the city that they are currently working with to help get their projects ready for the next round of funding?
I believe you'd be talking about city-supported projects as opposed to city-led.
Correct.
We are working with various third parties to see what we could do to help those organizations advance housing in that particular area.
We went longer.
Can you give specific examples of what you're doing to help these organizations get ready? And when is the time frame to start submitting their next round of applications?
Well, for some of these organizations, it's an open call. There's certain programs where we are receptive to conversations with them. We explain how they go about applying for those programs and help facilitate that application process with them.
And what are the specific steps you're taking to help get them ready?
Well, we assign a particular housing development officer to work with them to explain to them
Specifically for North Scarborough?
No, our housing development office is a relatively small one, and so we actually deal with the entire city through a very small staff. So we assign them by project, and they would work with those organizations to see what it is that would take to get their projects to be able to advance.
Is there any other part of the city that is this large that does not have any of these projects?
I couldn't answer that question off the top of my head, sorry, sir.
No, okay. And, well, they're mostly in Toronto to East York. Could staff please go over the community benefits agreements, specifically with work that I had advanced to have staff develop a framework for community benefits on smaller projects? Where is that work currently?
I can turn it over to my colleague, Mo.
Through the chair, we are working with our colleagues at the Housing Development Office to determine the criteria on small-scale projects that would be beneficial for community benefits, and then to work on suitable outcomes and the flexibility that's required for the development. So further conversations and consultations are underway with the community housing and Indigenous housing sector as well to determine these outcomes. So work is underway, but still early stages of that work.
I believe that report back is overdue, if my memory serves me correctly. Does staff have a timeline as to when they'll be able to report back to council?
So through the speaker, we're working to develop a report back for Q1 of 2027.
Q1 of 2027, and what will be the builds that you're looking for specifically in this report back? What's the number again?
So through the speaker, I don't have that information before me right now.
Does anybody have the number?
Apologies, Councillor, do you mind just repeating the question?
What's the number for the small builds criteria that we'll be using in the report back for Q1 2027 as to whether or not projects will have community benefits agreement? And for the targets that are being developed in this Q1 report, are these going to be aspirational targets or hard targets as we see in other larger projects?
Councillor, in connection with the Toronto Builds policy framework, we did arrive at a requirement for larger Toronto Builds projects, as you know. The anticipation would be that for smaller projects, we have recognized the need for flexibility. The result of that may be a target rather than a requirement. In terms of the threshold as between smaller projects and larger projects, as the councillor may very well know, the larger projects are generally in the hundreds of units, whereas with smaller projects, we would probably be looking at below 100 is what I would imagine. However, I understand that conversations are ongoing.
Thank you. That was your last question. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. A few questions building on what was already asked. The first one is how the Housing Development Office leads projects and how it differs from how projects of this kind were led previously at the City of Toronto.
Through the speaker, we work in consultation with the various agencies and corporations, Creatio, for example, TCHC, as well as CREM, to consolidate all of their activity and evaluate where the city should be allocating its limited resources to promote projects. So in that way, it's more the aspiration is for it to be more well coordinated between all of the different agencies and corporations.
And that didn't exist before?
That did not exist as far as I know.
So one of the mandates of the Housing Development Office was, and this is a quote, unstick projects. And we know the current climate has created many challenges for private developers, especially when it comes to building housing. So can you please give us some examples of how the Housing Development Office and this public builder model in particular has helped us actually do this in the last short while?
In the last short while, I think there's two ways in which this is, through the speaker, there's two ways in which this is done. One is just through better internal coordination in the city, which, as you may know, it is difficult to drive a project through the process at the city. And at times there can be minor issues that hold projects up. And so the HDOs work with the various divisions to see how we can get those projects going. There is also ways in which we do with the external parties, coordinating with CMHC, for example, and other levels of government to see
So
how.
Can you share examples?
Well, we've worked extensively. There was a project recently referred to at 140 Merton, where we worked extensively with the proponent there and CMHC to see if we can get the groundbreaking, which should be happening in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. Along those lines, how does the Housing Development Office help us unlock city funding opportunities with other levels of government?
One good example of that is our application to the Build Canada Homes program, the federal program that was launched. We're working with other divisions in the city to put forward a submission to receive funding that's outlined in our report that hopefully we're going to be able to use to advance multiple projects on city lands.
Okay, my final question, and it's mentioned in the report, is C1 Bayside. It's a site in my ward on the east waterfront. Previously, the developer had rights to the land for many years. Can you speak to how the Housing Development Office is working? We've been tracking this very closely and planning to mobilize on this site to advance it.
Through the speaker, we are intimately involved in the Quayside project, and we appreciate all the support that the local councillor has given us on that project. So we're actively involved in basically every meeting that goes on for that project, trying to drive it through to get into the ground in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Are you going, Paula? No? Okay. Okay. Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. Planning and Housing Committee, I moved a motion which was adopted that requested the Executive Director to come to City Council this meeting with a list of all the projects included in the City's December 2025 submission to Build Canada Homes, which our Chief Development Officer Jeff just referenced, including the amount of funding requested for each project in total and per unit. Why was that not provided here to Council?
Through the speaker, we determined that we were in the middle of negotiations and therefore we did not have the appropriate information that would reflect where we were in that discussions. These are very active negotiations with the different levels of government, or with the federal level of government, and so it wasn't appropriate to bring that detail.
Who made that determination of whether or not it was appropriate?
It was staff.
Staff, okay. Because I didn't ask for where you were in the negotiations. Committee asked and approved, gave you the request for December 2025, not the submission today, the one from December.
Sorry, Speaker, is that a question?
So Speaker, if I could join in, I think the confusion was whether this was a discussion and the information was about how the money and the units and the per unit charge would be, which of course, being it's fluid right now, wouldn't have been as helpful for this piece. Understanding now it was simply about the list that that could have come forward and should, and I know that you and I have had a conversation about how to remedy that.
Okay. We receive information all the time on active negotiations, so there's at least a dozen on the agenda this month. So with the city manager's point there, and I'll just confirm, would you be willing to provide that information directly to our next council meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
I just want to know, because the market is a funny thing. If things change down the road, are we locked into these things for the 40 years, 99 years, whatever number of years we're locked in? Are we like locked in, wedged in, screwed in, done?
Through the speaker, could the councillors please, when you say these things, you're referring to what exactly?
The tax exemptions, all of the monies that we're going to be putting these monies into these things. I'm assuming on an annual basis by the forgivenesses and so on. But as the market changes and our relationship with some of these folks change, and as their situations change, as their structures change, and are we locked in the sense that we end up, continuing even if things change?
Through the speaker.
Are there out clauses, and what are they, if you got any?
Through the speaker, I believe you're referring to contribution agreements where we would have enter into an agreement with a proponent where they would provide a certain amount of affordable housing units, and we would give certain concessions.
I'm looking at the one, for example, at 3400 Weston Road in my ward. 81 units, $4 million worth of concessions, 40 years, right? So are we in, for that period, no matter what how the market changes, no matter how the affordability numbers work, no matter how, whatever.
Through the speaker, we would enter into a binding agreement with the proponent, and if they fulfilled their obligations, we would have to fulfill our obligations as well.
So basically, we're locked in 99 years, 40 years, irrespective of whatever.
Through the speaker, yes.
Through the speaker, if I may add, but what our Executive Director Housing Development Office had indicated, as long as the proponents meet their requirements as well.
No, I understand that. But otherwise, we're just simply into litigation is really what we're into. Like, we're like all suing each other. So you say, oh, you got to do X, Y, and Z. They don't do X, Y, and Z. It's not like you can cut them off. You're going to sue them, right? You're going to and then we're basically into breaches of agreement lawsuits, right?
Through the speaker, I would rely on the city solicitor to determine what actions would happen if they went in default of the agreement that we entered into, and what recourse we could take for that. It would be dependent on the actual agreements.
Well, without having the agreements in front of me, I'm not able to respond with specifics, but our agreements will always build in consequences for default, and there are always remedies in the event of default. We do our best to realize on those. There are sometimes limitations.
How do you determine 20 years from now that rental provider X is still doing what they had agreed to do under our agreement or not? Like, who's going to go out there and actually police this thing? Because I'm seeing sort of the numbers of units here are beginning to sort of ramp up exponentially. How does anybody do that down the road?
So what I will say is, generally speaking, there are incentives for the provision of affordable housing. And if the affordable housing continues to be provided, those incentives will continue. The city can withdraw those if the provider ceases to provide affordable housing. That's generally speaking how the agreements are structured.
But you haven't built anything in here that, that requires certain, performance standards, like, I don't know, every 2, 3, 4, 5 years that they have to, that X information needs to be provided. That doesn't form any of these agreements, right? There's none of those outs. There's none of those things built into this.
Yeah, if I may, Doug Rollins from the Housing Secretariat. So every contribution agreement comes with obligations for the housing provider. The Housing Secretariat, upon the Housing Development Office completing a project, moves it over to the Housing Secretariat. We do ongoing oversight and administration for all of the city's social, affordable, and supportive housing.
Well, how can you do that?
It requires annual reporting. So on the notice of affordable housing, we require a rent roll annually where we can validate the affordable rents are being provided in accordance with the contribution agreement and the program rules. And to the city solicitor's point, if there is a breach of those obligations, we have the ability to remedy them under the agreement.
Okay, thank you. No,
we have the ability to remedy them under the agreement.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I think that Councillor Proust is asking, we're looking at making sure that all the agreements and the operations that we have now, so the fail-safe clauses are all there. If one of the providers or one of the businesses goes out of business within that 20 years, there's obviously a fail-safe built in for that, correct?
Well, we build as many fail-safes in as we can, and as I explained earlier,
Would we just assume,
tax benefits and other incentives can be removed should the affordable housing provision cease.
And we would be able to take the project back as a project in distress? Is that something that's been...
I can't speak to the specifics of these agreements.
But that would be taken back as a project in distress then if they ran into trouble?
For certain types of projects, yes, that would be the case.
fail-safe?
Yes.
Yeah. And then there's a considerable amount of public money that we're putting into all these projects, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Yes. And one of the things I'm really a little concerned about is when they're the building, I know that in the union shops that money is going directly. But how closely is the Fair Wage Office really making sure that all of the dollars that are coming from CMHC and coming from our tax breaks, that there is no slippage there, that all the people that are working are actually getting the dollars that we say they're supposed to get? Is there a system right at the moment where we're very careful with that?
Through the speaker, we attempt to be as careful as possible to monitor all projects to ensure that they meet all of our procurement rules, including the fair wage and union rules.
And if we found out that for some reason, because we are talking, I don't want to say, is it $1 billion? Is it 500 million? What's the amount that we're really talking about here for the city?
The total amount over the next 10 years, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
In the 10-year plan, it's approximately $1 billion.
$1 billion. And so most of that is going to be in goods, materials, but a very high percentage of that is going to be in labor.
That is correct.
And if we were to find out that somehow those dollars weren't being assigned and aligned in the way they should be, that would be something that would be quite concerning for the city.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Yes, so we're not, you're just using fair wage, and I'm not sure we have the tightest oversight that we could have. I'm sure we try, but I probably am going to be checking and ask you to check a little more that every dollar that's intended is procured properly for goods and materials, and every dollar that we're spending is being spent staffing and for labor in the proper way. That's something that I think is expected of us, is it not?
Through the speaker, yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, thank you. To the city manager, I just want to make sure we're all clear in our minds. We have no final estimate of how much funding the federal government is going to commit to each project.
Speaker, yeah, correct. So we're in the process of those negotiations.
So we can't say today what the total cost of a given project will be, because if we get less funding, there's a need for more financing, and that increases project cost.
It does, and further to that, there's still active discussions about the mix of supportive, affordable market, the mix of what the unit sizes might be, which all impact the total cost and also the unit cost for that. So that's, you know, one of the reasons why the other parts of information didn't come forward today is that, again, because we don't know, you'd be discussing something that might change tomorrow.
Okay, so that's very helpful for me to know that if we got a unit cost, per unit cost per project today, that number could be meaningless.
Yes, we wouldn't know. We know that it's changing. So what I can say is it's changing. The submission in December is not the same. In fact, it's been sent back. We actually don't have an active application within the pipeline. They've asked us to relook at that. It's significant changes. And that's the reason why, you know, the suggestion is we come forward when we have our final submission, which is imminent. So that will help us in June deliver the information that's required.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is for Housing Development, Housing Secretariat. The cost per unit varies dramatically for a number of reasons. One of them might be whether it's supportive or whether it's in an area where real estate values are lower or the complexity of the build. Could you just give me some of the ways why comparing projects just on a per unit would not be in the public interest?
Through the Speaker, you did list a number of them there. It's the construction methodology, the scale of the project. Its location is a little less pertinent, though there could be site configuration issues that would cause the project to be more costly in certain circumstances or less costly in other circumstances. There's a whole laundry list that goes into the factors that affect the actual cost of a particular project, and subsequently the number of units, and subsequently the cost per unit.
Thank you. To the Housing Secretariat staff, we have multiple housing needs, and Council has directed you to get on a variety of different paths to meet those needs. So, for example, we have a large number of people who are unable to manage a household on their own, and we require supports. So we've actually instructed staff, if I understand things correctly, to come forward with projects that have different operating costs, different capital costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. We are pursuing a number of different builds, market, rent-controlled, affordable, rent-geared to income, and support. And all those have different implications on not only the capital cost, but certainly on the operating cost as well.
So we couldn't achieve the housing goals that has been set out for you by Council if we just tried to do substitute per unit cost for all that other stuff. We would have to throw out a lot of the instructions in the City of Toronto's housing plan.
Yeah, accomplishing our goals with a single unit price, I don't believe would be feasible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
I just have a couple of questions that look back a bit about where we were. At the beginning of the term, we have a record number of new councillors, I think, in this chamber. What were our affordability goals, across this spectrum, and how much progress had we made over the previous term?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and I'll look to get the specific answers, but the city has set bold targets for the development of affordable and rent-geared to income as well as supportive. I think we're all aware of the changing economic dynamics in the city, which has made it very difficult to build housing, and for the projects that are going, more difficult to get over the line. I think our colleagues at the HDO have done tremendous work working with nonprofits, private sector organizations to advance projects. But what we're feeling, and you've heard this in this chamber before, projects aren't penciling. And so the city has put forward a number of incentives through our rental housing supply program and others to incentivize and move housing forward. But we do need additional support from both the federal and provincial government to make sure we can unlock that and develop more.
I guess I want to hear a characterization of, in terms of meeting any kind of affordability, producing affordable housing. When we were elected at the beginning of the 2022 term, the reports that we were receiving weren't encouraging in terms of progress on actually securing and delivering that kind of housing. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're about half of where we anticipated we would be.
Okay, and now in 2023, particularly pushed by the mayor, following the municipal election, there were some very ambitious new targets set, and these targets included, as you characterized, across the range, market, affordable, RGI, supportive, etc. What were those targets? They were very ambitious, and there were many people in the city who said there will never be any progress. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would say the targets were enhanced, but I would say with the city's commitment, partnerships with other orders of government, and the way we've restructured and supportive housing and development of housing, we've seen almost a 50% increase in our rate of production since 2023.
So almost a 50% increase in actual material changes in the area that is most pressing for people in the City of Toronto. And perhaps is that part of what is reflecting in terms of why people are able to move out of shelters and into housing and contributing to our massively reduced encampment numbers?
100%, that's a component, and there's a couple pieces there. So there's two things we need to do. We haven't built rental housing in this country, in this province, in this city at scale for generations. We are embarking on ambitious plans to do that, and it does two things. It increases overall supply to meet the demand, but importantly, it also creates flow. So flow from low market housing into ownership into other forms, which allows the opportunity to create more low market housing and opportunities with the city's support through subsidies and other programs to move people who have a homelessness issue into housing, and if required, to provide support so they can keep that home.
And the consolidation of staff and the effort to ensure that approvals and supports are happening quickly, and that we're actually focusing on housing that is imminently has the capacity to be built, where the resources are coming together. That's part of this acceleration, is that right?
I think the development and growth service area and partners with other divisions across the city have done remarkable efforts in the past few years to prioritize, reduce the time of development programs, provide the incentives necessary to help projects pencil, and move from conception to occupancy at a faster rate than we have in the past.
And as you said, with the support of the orders of government that have the greatest resources, we're really ready to take off.
Yeah, the more we have from other orders of government, the more we can do.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry, I'm a little bit out of protocol here. I had a chance to eat with Councillor Ainsley earlier, and he wanted to go to Burger King. I suggested that there be any other places we could go. Burger King would not be my choice to eat, so I suggested we got a shawarma. And it was perhaps the worst suggestion I could make, quite frankly, because I got really sick from having the shawarma, and I wasn't here for the previous two votes and so on. I just wanted to make that known, but I'm sort of bending over and limbering a bit because I'm still feeling some effect of, it seems like food poisoning, which I've never had before, but my choice, maybe next time it's Burger King and not a shawarma. But I do have questions for staff, but and again, leaning over, so I don't want to, no, I'm going to stand, thanks, Speaker. But, so I wanted just to put that out there. That's why I'm leaning in this fashion. I wanted to ask through you to staff. I understand the response you've given to the various questioners about the goal and the objective and so on. I'm just wondering, is there a role with respect to our plan to achieve, obviously, housing for those who are in need, for us to acquire stock that's already in the marketplace, as opposed to this focus and this concentration on actually building, particularly the fact that now you can get units at a reduction in cost. Might that be part of the plan? I don't note that in the report here. What exactly is our, I guess, our hesitation and or our, I guess, perhaps allergy to buying already existing units in the marketplace?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the Speaker. So the city does have an acquisition program called the Multi-Unit Residential Acquisition Program. We've just are evaluating the fourth year of that program, and it has been very successful and enabled nonprofit housing providers to acquire low end of market residential rental housing across the city. To date, I think we've acquired 1,100 units through that program. And I would also note that I think based on the success of the MIRA program, as well as an acquisition program in British Columbia, we are anxiously awaiting a new federal program that will inject additional capital into the hands of municipal and nonprofit partners so that we can acquire even more low market or mixed market housing.
How do we compare our sort of vision and our confidence to that of the private sector, where we have, in my ward, for example, we have a project, it's about 1,700 rental units that's actually on hold, yet we are seemingly to be really optimistic with respect to our desire to have federal funds that will help us to achieve our goals. When it doesn't appear that we're actually achieving our goals now, why are we so optimistic?
Through the Speaker, there is a request for federal funds, which we are pushing hard to be able to achieve in the next short order. We are confident that should we be able to achieve those funds, that we will be able to advance all the projects that those funds could unlock.
But the anticipation and or advancing those projects require us to work in partnership with the private sector, not-for-profit and others and so on. I haven't gotten the sense of that they are so positive as we are. For example, with 2444 Eglinton, we had to actually take $18 million in order to direct towards the cooperative housing there, because the private sector wasn't able to acquire the adjacent piece of land that we were trying to sell. So how are we so optimistic?
Through the Speaker, I'm sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the last question? How are we so
just optimistic? Yeah, just sort of giving you the examples I've given you. It seems, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that as a council, we can, communicate to our constituents to say, here are the things that we're doing, here are the reasons why we think it's going to be successful, the funding that we're actually asking of the federal government, the partnership arrangement and so on. I just wanted to get a better sense of understanding as to the optimism.
Well, through the Speaker, the reason I think that we are optimistic is because we have different profit expectations. Ours are social profits, which are easier to achieve than the pure profits that the real estate industry is looking for.
Thank you. Okay, speakers, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion here, and I think some of you got a sense it was a bit frustrating that we did not have a request from committee that was approved by everyone at the committee delivered here at this council meeting. Sounds like maybe there was some confusion about the expectations. So I do appreciate the city manager, Paul Johnson, stepping in to make this right for our next council meeting. And this will provide us with the information as it relates to our submissions to the Build Canada Homes, the original submission back in December. And then this motion requests the latest version of that, which will probably be a week or so before council. So again, I do appreciate the city manager's help in making this right. Now, whether it is your rent or your mortgage, housing is the biggest bill most families are paying. And it's also a major line item here at City Hall. And Torontonians, of course, expect that we spend that money wisely and that we're getting value for money. And this report talks about how we are allocating those dollars and the projects that we're focusing on. A lot of that stuff is confidential. It's in the attachment, so we can't get into it. But I do think that all of council deserves to have that information to understand, to Councillor Myers' point, why some projects were selected and some projects were not selected. And we want to have that information. Of course, it's not just about boiling everything down to per unit cost. That's not the intention here. There's a lot of different factors. We heard staff's response on that. Stages of readiness, geography, different socioeconomic factors. There's a lot of different things going on to determine what type of housing the city is going to build and where we're going to build it. But it doesn't mean that as a council we should not have that information alongside the context of what type of housing is being delivered in order to assess the value of what we're delivering. So I think this is something that all of us should support. It's information that exists here within the city. It is the City of Toronto's submission to this big federal program. And I think as all of us go back to our wards and have those conversations with our federal counterparts, it equips the City of Toronto and the members of council here to be better positioned, better informed, to help collectively advance those conversations on behalf of the city. Again, I wish we had that information here today. That was the intention coming out of committee, but I do look forward to seeing that information at our next meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Perks has a question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bradford, for clarifying your intention here. I was wondering if you'd accept a friendly amendment that we add, provided negotiations with the federal government are complete.
I'll tell you why. You can put I can't accept that. We still need it because we don't have clarity on when those negotiations are going to be done. And our submission back in December of 2025, which I understand has changed and evolved several times since then, actually doesn't change the negotiations today. It's information we should have. It's information that ought to be available to us. It's a motion that you supported at committee. And so I want the latest information, and that was actually the city manager's point. I'm looking at him right now. He suggested that we have the latest information in addition to where we started in December of 2025.
So, given that the federal government is in negotiations with us, and the federal public service cannot make public their position until cabinet has signed an agreement, are you not concerned that you're going to be jeopardizing live negotiations?
Not at all. In fact, staff provide us with confidential information about negotiations. There's 12 different items on this agenda to that effect on things going on right now. So staff can determine on how they want to provide us that information. You know, our submission is not their position, and we can receive that confidentially if that's deemed appropriate.
Oh, so, but you know there's a confidential attachment already to the report that's in front of us that gives more information that's in public.
Correct. And what we asked for at committee was not delivered. And the staff said that wasn't delivered.
If you heard the answers from staff, they had good reasons for that, which are part of your motion asked for per door calculations. And as the city manager said in answer to my question, those are fluid numbers. And we don't want to put out numbers that aren't accurate.
We're not putting anything out. And I think I would like to know what the city staff went in there in the original negotiation with the first submission back in December of 2025, and I'd like to know where we are today. I think that's pretty reasonable. That doesn't jeopardize negotiations, not in the light,
In
not in
your
the
view,
slightest.
yes.
Well, yeah, and also actually in our city manager's view, you know, actually in Paul Johnson's view. So it doesn't
I don't
jeopardize
recall Paul
negotiations.
Johnson saying that, so let's not put words in his mouth.
Well, I can tell you the conversation that I had with him when we worked on this motion, which is why this was held down for several hours, is so that we could work on this, because staff did not deliver what was asked for at committee, which you voted for and you supported, and that's how we got here.
And
So,
then staff
respectfully-
wrote a supplementary
Councillor
report.
Perks, please don't interrupt.
Sure.
That was your last question.
So respectfully, I would like that information provided to me as a counselor, and I think all folks here on council ought to have that information. We should be more transparent, we should be informed, and there's nothing wrong with asking for that.
Thank you. There's another question for you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Well, there are a couple of, well, 3 confidential attachments actually, and one of them has quite a bit of detail on current projects. Would you not agree with that, confidential item number 1?
I would agree that it has some information. It definitely doesn't have all the information.
And I would think that one might take the point that Councillor Perks has made regarding our funder, and which is very different than a regular confidential negotiation with a developer, which is mostly what we have here, and we get legal advice in a confidential document. But whether or not our funder would suggest that the level of detail you're looking for is something that you're comfortable with, I'm assuming that that is a provision that you would respect.
I don't actually really understand what you're saying there. I
Well,
don't
that the
think I agree
funder
with
may or may not have certain requirements around, during negotiations, how much they're able to have released to us. That's, I think, what I'm asking. Because it's not a regular negotiation with a developer, which is what we're all
So
used to.
it sounds like you're making assumptions. I don't
No.
accept or, well, it sounds like you don't know that for sure.
And I
I
don't.
don't agree with that. So
You don't
no.
agree that
No.
if that is an assumption, that we would have to go, we would have to be guided by that? Yes or no?
Madam Speaker,
No?
through you.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, through you. We're not asking for anything from the federal government. We are asking about what the city put forward. The city, that's us.
Yes.
We're not asking anything from the federal government.
Correct, but-
I'm asking the city manager to provide what was requested at committee.
Correct.
And voted on unanimously by many of you folks.
No, I hear you.
And what I am asking for is what the city of Toronto provided.
I hear you.
Nothing to
And-
do with the federal government.
No, I understand.
Councillor
I hear
Fletcher,
that.
please.
I hear him.
Yeah, okay,
Thank
but don't interrupt.
I hear that.
Okay.
My point is that that was a list that was sent. If there's anything in negotiations that is sensitive, then I would assume that we'd all agree that that's a factor we haven't included. And I want to say, would you agree with, if we can add more affordable, that that's something we should always be thinking of on every project that is in the confidential documents, Councillor?
Madam Speaker, that has nothing to do with
Well,
my
I'm
motion.
asking that.
No, so clarification of the motion
Oh.
is what we're doing here. You're not doing that, but let me
Okay.
clarify it for
I
you
will do that
anyways.
later.
What I am doing is asking for the city of Toronto to provide the information that we used in our submission.
Correct.
This was asked for at committee. It was unanimously voted on. It was supported by Councillor Perks and
And-
everybody else on that committee. Staff did not deliver it.
Got it.
I worked with the city manager
Got
to
it.
rectify this situation. I appreciate his commitment and the transparency of our public service and this council to provide that information to the people who are making the decisions in this council body.
Thank you.
December 2025.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Morley. Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I do have a motion, if clerks could display it. It's to direct the Executive Director of Housing Development Office to explore opportunities for accelerating the project at 128-130 8th Street listed on Table 1 of Attachment 1 to the report, and to assess funding options, including potential opportunities through other orders of government, and provide an update on findings to myself as the ward councillor in July, with a view to advancing continued affordable housing delivery within Ward 3. The reason the motion is before council today is because we do not want to miss this opportunity. When I first joined this chamber 4 years ago, my community had been advocating for 4 years for affordable housing on this site. And despite our efforts and work with staff, we did a bit of a dance around this particular site, looked at a few others, addressed feasibility, and they were not feasible. We also have had multiple community conversations around affordable housing led by local advocates with our counterparts at other orders of government around the table. And we have a verbal commitment from our federal counterpart that if the city is able to identify land for affordable housing and we are able to stand up this opportunity, that there will be a strong advocacy and support from that particular order of government. We are not looking here to reorder prioritization, nor are we looking to compromise the work plan of staff that's before us in this report, but we do want an opportunity to take this back to our community and to advance those conversations with our counterparts in hopes that some additional opportunities may materialize to find funding for this one. So again, really working closely with staff and with thanks to them for supporting us on the language here. We just don't want to close the door on this opportunity that has been 8 years in the working on behalf of advocates in Etobicoke Lakeshore. We want to continue to do this work and get to yes on affordable housing on this particular site. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to answer any questions if colleagues have.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to just address a couple of things and really be very excited about our affordable housing program and the number of locations that we've got to move forward. And I certainly understand Councillor Myers and his desire to have housing across the city, and that should be reflected in the next tranche. But wanting to have it and being ready to build it are really two different things. And we see that Councillor Morley's ready to go out in Mimico, and that is also one of the things we have to do is build capacity in organizations across the city and every corner of the city in order to make sure that we can be successful in our housing program. I want to address one thing, which is what I asked Mr. Clark, that I'm a tiny bit concerned that the great amount of monies that we are spending sometimes might not be going where it's supposed to go. And realize that through the Fair Wage Office, there's some 4,000 workers over the last number of years that complained that they weren't getting the wages that were set out in our agreements. So I think we have to be very careful in the housing because we're building affordable housing so people can afford to live there. And we particularly have to be sure that every penny that's going of public money is being used properly, as I said, for procurement, but also for wages. Because somebody who needs affordable housing can't be working for less than the fair wage than they're supposed to get. And I really think that in the next while, we need to focus in on that and have a standard that's very clear. You can't get money and then not pay the people who are building it what we are giving you to pay them. And if that's happening, that needs to be rectified. That's the first thing. As for Councillor Bradford's motion, I certainly think we should have a lot of confidential information, but I'm also very sensitive to the fact that that list is now basically 6 months old. There are negotiations around that list, and perhaps the next time that list needs to come first so that we all understand what it is. I don't want to jeopardize any negotiations, and I don't want to find that our funder or our partner or the person with the money is going to be upset in any way that this confidential information doesn't remain 100% confidential while the negotiations are going on. This is very different than a developer negotiation for a zoning issue. Very, very different. Let's understand that. We see a lot of confidential material here. We see zoning. We see labor relations. We see other things. But we were recently asked by the Integrity Commissioner, let's not forget that, for each one of us to sign, where were you and what did you do to speak about Smart Track? Because that was leaked. He's very concerned with that. I haven't heard back from him yet. Did you speak to so-and-so? How did that information get out into the public? That is our money. We're talking about Smart Track, my friends. Our money, our dollars. This is dollars we're expecting to build precious housing. So I'm just going to say, I want to make sure that we are very careful in how we're approaching it, and we don't try to politicize this because we are in an election period. It's very tiring to have that happen all the time, and on something as critical and crucial as affordable housing, I want to put a button in it to make sure from the city solicitor all the way to the city manager that what we will receive will not jeopardize a dollar or a penny of the funding for affordable housing.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
The people of Toronto want to see results, and what we've heard is that we have set much more ambitious targets for new housing across the spectrum of affordability, including deeply affordable and supportive housing. And that the results that have been delivered by public service, by the commitment to use public land for the public good, has actually resulted in more people moving into permanent housing, spending less time in shelters, leaving more space for people to come indoors from encampments. Like we're looking here at a generational solution after 30 years in this country, in this city, of not seeing any progress at all. So let's not leave this meeting with anybody in the public having the impression that this isn't transformational, fantastic news for the people of Toronto, that this is what leadership looks like, that we're focusing on supporting the projects that have the most chance of success more quickly, because nobody has time to wait for the solution. We're already 30 years behind. I secondly take exception to the idea that this is somehow aberrant or different for us to receive confidential information about matters that have a financial impact as confidential attachments. And I'll note that attachment 1 actually has a list of projects with amounts. Now, that is an important thing for us to consider. We have to read the attachments to inform ourselves. And the notion that we're going to have real-time updates as a council when such crucial conversations are happening, intergovernmental negotiations, conversations about securing the resources that are required to deliver this plan, which is the top priority of the people of Toronto. You know, we can fight an election now, and I know that all the debates are tinged by that, but the last mayoral election, as I recall, there was a very serious conversation about building affordable housing in this city. And that is what the people of Toronto spoke for. We are governing here. Governing comes with responsibilities, and that requires supporting the work that's being done, reading what's before us, and not pretending in any way to the public that there's anything incorrect going on here. In fact, the only thing that's happening here is the City of Toronto is setting itself up for success, so much so that the provincial and federal governments are at the table, and that the public builder model is being cited, studied, and elevated all over the world, frankly. You know, if you talk to other cities, and that the work of focusing on approval and moving projects forward faster is an absolute results-driven success story. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that as the committee chair, I'm the last speaker on the item. Yeah, but this by my speaking, that closes the list.
You're the last speaker. Nobody else should put their name on.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, I have a motion. It amends Councillor Bradford's motion so that it says, provided that negotiations with the federal government are complete. Speaker, everyone who's been here for any amount of time knows that from time to time, we have to negotiate with other orders of government, and that those negotiations are sensitive, and that if we give information about what the other government is doing before the agreement is cemented, we risk the whole thing. We risk not being able to build affordable housing at all if we start to put information out about how those negotiations are changing over time. Anybody knows that. All the adults in the room know that. They know that putting a project that will house people in desperate need at risk is irresponsible and would be a complete failure in leadership. Those of us who are on this council to want to lead know that it would be foolhardy at best to start putting those negotiations as they move stepwise into the public domain. Now, there's been a suggestion that somehow information is being withheld from this council. I encourage all of you to look at confidential attachment number 1, which is entitled List of in-flight housing projects recommended for funding. If you have any confusion at all in your minds about what projects we're advocating for and how much they're going to cost, this should clarify it for you. And you can relax and know that Toronto City staff are being completely transparent with you, the elected representatives of the City of Toronto. I want to give some context to the risk here. We can't treat this as if we are the only people in negotiations with the federal government. 600 applications were made to the Build Canada Fund. We are competing with 600 municipalities and provincial governments. If we jeopardize those, if we give them the slightest excuse, there is a long line of other municipalities all too happy to say, look, you can't trust those guys at City of Toronto, give us the money instead. It would be the height of foolishness, an absolute dereliction of your duty to try to put in the public domain any stage of these negotiations. It would also be highly irresponsible for any member of this council to suggest that we are not being informed. That would be a complete failure in leadership. Councillor Fletcher is absolutely right. The Integrity Commissioner did remind us to stop leaking confidential information because it puts the City of Toronto, the people we represent, at risk. Right now, the private sector is building nothing. No building permits are being pulled. If we have any hope of dealing with the homelessness crisis and the housing affordability crisis, we have to stay the course with the public builder model. many people in the housing sector have been pointing out that the City of Toronto is now the largest developer in the country, the largest active developer, because we as a council are committed to housing people and not playing silly political games.
I have a question for you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Councillor Perks, is the intent of the effect of your motion to prevent a leak of confidential information from occurring?
It's to prevent derailing sensitive negotiations with an other order of government when we are competing with 600 other governments to try to get funding from them.
If it came in a confidential attachment to members of council, would that derail the negotiations?
I was very concerned with some of the things I heard in this council chamber during this debate, that there is an effort afoot to try to show how those negotiations are progressing. So to make us safe from that, I have recommended an amendment to say, bring us the before and after list, provided negotiations are concluded.
So at the end, so if the information, so is your intent then that it's a public report?
At this point, at some point after the minister, the federal minister has signed off, all the information becomes public. But I would remind you, and I'm sure you know this from experience, that one of the things the federal government typically does when they want to spend money on a project, they like to be the ones who announce it. So just because, seriously, every single member of this council has had the experience of getting a phone call saying, your MP is coming into your ward to announce federal money tomorrow at 7 o'clock, be there or be square.
Or sometimes not getting the phone call and them doing it anyways.
Yep, that's a possibility too. And I'm sure, Councillor Holliday, that you as a member of council who takes very seriously our duties and obligation in law would want to make sure that we stay true to that principle of not putting sensitive information that could have an effect on the City of Toronto's ability to deliver services into the public.
But nothing here says that, though. It says anything about putting it into the public domain.
I want to remind you of what Councillor Fletcher said, and I'm very sad that I have to remind you of this. The number of leaks that have come out of this council is so serious that the Integrity Commissioner for the City of Toronto felt it incumbent upon himself to send a memorandum urging us to stop leaking private information into the public.
Well,
so it's not an unreasonable concern.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Answers my question.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Perks, do you recognize that there's a difference between the public domain and the information provided to council members confidentially?
Yeah, and that's actually why I went to some pains during my speech to make sure that anyone listening to this council meeting didn't come away with the impression that we don't know what was on the list and how much money was allocated to it. We do know that.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that. I'm glad you mentioned it. Would you imply then, should we take your comments to suggest that you don't trust the members of the council with this information?
What I would say, and I said it in an answer to Councillor Holliday, and I hope you heard me, is that there have been leaks. I don't know who it's from. Nobody knows who it's from. But they have been severe enough and created risk to the people you represent that are severe enough that the Integrity Commissioner for the City of Toronto felt compelled to write to every member of council. So
If that's how you felt, why did you support this motion at committee asking for this information if you had an issue with it now?
So
you voted for it at committee.
I, in good faith, supported your motion. I have since heard, and you heard too, from the city manager that these are things in flux. And because they're in flux, things that we don't control, the amount of financing, the amount of funding, when shovels go in the ground, what construction costs are at that time, that they felt that it wasn't appropriate for us to give numbers that we couldn't rely on.
So did you
That's what
think,
he said in an answer to me.
no, did you think it was a done deal then when you voted for it at committee? Or did you think it was in flux then?
What's it?
The funding. Did you think it was all done at committee and that's why you were able to support it, but now you just realized that this was in flux and so now you don't feel comfortable?
I'll be honest with you, I had hopes that we would be in a position today at this council meeting to be announcing a concluded deal. That's what I was hoping for.
Doesn't really answer the question though.
It does, Councillor, and I'm sorry that, you know, I'm not giving you the answer I want, but my duty isn't to make you happy. My duty is to tell the truth to the members of the public who are observing this debate.
Well, some people would suggest that what your motion is doing is actually obstructing information that this council ought to be provided with, given where we are with this project and this housing initiative.
Yeah, people suggest all kinds of things.
so
I would
just-
certainly hope that nobody on this council would suggest that because it would be inaccurate.
So just because something's in flux, does that mean that council can't understand elements of this at a particular moment in time?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, respectfully,
Yeah,
I think that's
Councillor
relevant.
Cole.
He
like-
has indicated.
Yeah,
he's
just ask your
indicated that-
question, Councillor Bradford. And Councillor Cole, ask
right.
the question, and that's your last question.
Okay. Well, thanks, Councillor Cole. But what I would say is you mentioned that confidential attachment 1 includes all the information that we need. Does it include all of the projects from the Build Canada Home Submission?
Okay, that was your last question.
Councillor, I do not want to discuss any details about an in-camera item beyond the broadest thing. All I did was read the title, and I'll read it again because it might be helpful for you. List of in-flight housing projects recommended for funding. I hope that gives you enough information. If
Okay.
not, read the attachment.
That was your last question. Okay, Councillor, we still have other questions. Councillor Fletcher, you have a question now. Okay, because Councillor,
So it's not dead yet, but coming up. Just your belief is that we currently have sufficient information. We have information in front of us and confidential 1, 2, and 3 attachments actually with some in-flight projects in different wards. And that should be sufficient at this time. Be careful not to jeopardize the negotiations. And yes, we have had the federal government, would you agree they're a little testy sometimes about how they're funding things and how they're proceeding with funding and projects?
Boy, howdy.
Yes?
They
That's
sure
a yes?
are. They sure
Okay.
are.
So don't
Like when
poke
I'm
the bear.
talking to my MP, I lower my voice, I speak in calm, soothing tones. Like, you got to be real careful.
So just let's be careful not to jeopardize anything is your point.
Yeah.
And also, I think you're telling us, advising us to take sufficient and great care at this particular moment.
Yeah.
May 1st was a particular moment. It is when everybody says, I'm running, I'm not running, I'm campaigning. That we do not jeopardize politicizing this really critical issue of affordable housing during this period. Would you say that that is an important goal for the council as a whole?
Well, I have a different experience than some of you. I'm not running in this municipal election. But yeah, I think that.
But you're still on this council
Yep.
as a whole.
Yep.
And you have a duty to ensure.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, yeah, I think I understand.
So actually, one of the things I proudly display in my office is my oath of office. And my oath of office makes it pretty clear that I have to take the greatest care to not put the City of Toronto and the people we represent in financial jeopardy.
I did say at this particular time, from May till October, whatever the date is, that we all have a very important duty to be very careful on these kinds of matters because as a council, we still have that duty. Correct?
Absolutely.
As a whole.
As a whole.
As a whole. Thank you.
As a whole and
Yep.
also individually.
Thank you. But as a
Okay.
whole, that's our role.
Yep.
Okay, come on. We have a huge agenda still. Really? Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. Okay. Okay. Motion 3 by Councillor Perks, amending Councillor Bradford. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Thompson, please.
The motion carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, motion by Councillor Bradford, as amended. Recorded vote.
The motion 1, as amended by motion 3, carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. One more motion. Motion by Councillor Morley. All in favor? Carried. Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. Just a question to members of council. Like we're really taking our time with these items? Well, we're not, it seems like we're asking questions over and over again.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
We keep asking the same questions.
The item is amended, is adopted. The vote is 22-1.
Our next item is SC 31.2, Kingston Road. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Okay, does anybody have any questions? Because that's the next item. It's the next item. And does anybody have any questions on Kingston Road? Okay, speakers. Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Members, I'm going to be moving a motion that City Council delete the Scarborough Community Council recommendations and adopt instead the recommendations in the report April 13th, 2026 from the Director Community Planning, Scarborough District as follows. 1, that City of Toronto amend the zoning bylaw, et cetera, and 2, the Council authorize the City Solicitor to make stylistic and technical changes to the draft zoning bylaw as may be required. Members, I could have asked staff all the same questions that I asked on Scarborough Community Council item 1. It is true. City staff recommended this. So if we oppose it, we would not be able to send witnesses. It is also true that the applicant could call our own staff as witnesses against us. And finally, it is also true, as on the last one, that the possibility exists that the applicant could ask for a de novo hearing and get even more development. I'm finished.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm moving that City Council refer the item to the July 9th, 2026 meeting of the Scarborough Community Council to allow the proponent to finalize this proposal in conjunction with a community meeting to be paid for at their expense. So this building is in my ward. I'm going to thank staff for all of the work that they've been doing on it, that they sat here and waited patiently for this item to get here. I've had 3 different community meetings on this building. When this first application first came to my attention, the developer was looking at building a 10-story building on the corner of Kingston Road and Scarborough Golf Club. I didn't have any issues with 10 stories. I don't think most of my community had any issues with 10 stories. The application from there evolved into 14 stories, then it evolved into 20 stories. The latest application that they sent in was for 24 stories. When I asked staff about a community meeting, they said you can't have a community meeting, that ship sailed. It was done already. I finally was able to convince the developer to have another meeting to try and explain why his building went from 10 stories to 24 stories. I got a lot of dance, didn't get a lot of straight answers. My residents have a lot of concerns over this building going to 24 stories. You know, last week after community council, the owner or the developer for this project actually called my office and wanted to have a meeting with me to see if there was some way he could negotiate the height of the building down. That's not how I work. He was told he'd have to have another community meeting. We were also told by staff that the developer had also gone to them and said that now he wants to have some type of seniors housing component in this building. Also completely new to me, completely new to my residents, was never brought up before. So I'm asking my colleagues here to support the unanimous decision at Scarborough Community. Sorry, we unanimously decided to refuse this application. I'm trying to find some common ground and move this forward. We all know how important housing is in this city, so I'm moving forward this deferral motion. Thank you.
A motion? Okay, can you put your name up? Councillor Perks, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Microphone, there we go. Okay, members, short and sweet, vote yes.
The referral on favor, carried. Councillor Matlow, you're next. T32.8, Spadina Road. You held the item down. It's here without a recommendation.
As soon as this is on, yeah, thank you. So I'm prepared to move the staff report along with an amendment, and I want to thank staff, I want to thank our community and the applicant. Pardon me? Oh, waiting for it to go. On focusing on some important priorities that are important to the local residents.
Okay. On the amendment, on favor? Yeah. Carried. Next amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. That was it? Okay. Our next item is T 32.46, pedestrian Church Street pilot. To close Church Street. Hold on, let me find it. Do we? T3246. Do we have questions? Do you want to put it on the screen? Councillor Cole, did you have questions? No questions? To speak? Councillor Bradford.
Am I speaking first? Why?
Okay, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Yeah, I am the chair of the committee. I could speak last, but okay, yes, thank you for.
I don't.
Yeah, I'll go last.
Okay, all right.
Oh, gosh. Is there a difference who goes first, who goes last?
It doesn't matter to me.
Councillor Bradford.
Okay, I'm going. I have a motion here. Thanks, Madam Speaker. This is really just intended to provide a bit of an escape hatch. I think 2 months is a long time, and if major issues arise, we can't wait weeks for a council meeting, or if in fact it's after the time that we're meeting. This would make it crystal clear that staff have the authority and this council's backing to remove the road closure in the case of unacceptable impacts. We all know that there is a lot going on in the city this summer. It's a time when we've actually cast moratoriums on construction and development and road repair because of the congestion issues that we're anticipating over the next couple of months. So when we're limiting road closures due to FIFA and other related congestion concerns, I think it's a bit of a risk right now to shut down a street in its entirety. I get that there's probably a will in this council to support that, but I just want to give staff the option to act and have that authority vested in them via council to pull the escape valve if they need to. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. It's working now. Councillor Carroll.
It is working. It worked that time. Just a quick question. Has there been discussion to quantify what unacceptable impacts mean? Kind of not a term we have in documents.
Yeah, it's going to be staff discretion. It's under Chapter 743. The GM of Transportation already has the authority, but staff have confirmed it'd be helpful to have the council recognition and endorsement such a situation that that might occur, that they could act promptly. So this language was worked on with them. I appreciate it. Doesn't mean it's
Totally
a staff motion. Yeah,
okay.
but
okay.
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, thanks.
No, that's what.
Okay, Councillor Peruzza.
That's why I'm asking. That's not what. I'm sorry. The reason I'm asking the question, I just want assurance in that answer. The sidebar I just heard is not what you mean.
I didn't hear a sidebar, actually.
I'm just wondering if we're going to determine unacceptable impacts based on staff's professional advice or based on phone calls to staff. Those are two different things.
It's staff discretion. My intention is staff discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I know, but does anybody else want to speak on this before I go to the last speaker? Well, how do you know you're the last speaker? Because I had 4 people before that. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy that it's a short list. I want to start by saying I actually do not support Councillor Bradford's amendment here or motion, because I'm sure there are people out there who are going to want to complain, as they always do, and that will determine if it's successful or not. I want to state that we worked really hard on this project. I've spoken to many city departments, waste management, transportation, Toronto Police, Toronto Paramedic, who's here, and fire. And we have put in place all the contingencies that were recommended to us over the last 6 to 8 months. I also had an opportunity to speak to many councillors from across Montreal, who actually have about 20 street closures, and the longest one being St. Catharines, 2 decades long. And I've had the privilege of being at going to St. Catharines many, many times and seeing how wonderful it is. There are great stats out there that shows that when there's a street closure, as this one is being proposed, businesses do well. 83% of success by the businesses that are within the catchment, and also too, there's less businesses that fail as well as a result of that. So there's a lot of positive things here at Community Council. We had over 30 people who deputed. We've had over 3,500 people who signed a petition within a month. We've had the support of the BIA, the Residents Association, the 519. Celebrating the 50th anniversary this year, also, and others. So we are in a good place. You know, when I first got elected, I spoke to staff of pedestrianizing Market Street, and I had pushback then too. And now it is a destination. Everybody wants to go there, and everybody wants to be permanent. It has really helped build the mood and the vibrancy of the community. And I suspect it will happen here too on Church Street. The community is very excited about it. I've had phone calls as far away as North Bay and elsewhere. People are excited about it. They want to come to Toronto and participate and experience it. And that's what we want. We're a first-class city. Let's stop saying that we are and actually put our money where our mouth is. Let's actually be a first-class city. And this is a first step to do that. And there will be lessons learned from this. It's a pilot project, and it's successful. Perhaps we could replicate it elsewhere in the city as well. So I do hope my colleagues do support this motion, and I do hope that we do not support Councillor Bradford's motion.
It doesn't mean anything. It's actually a good optic to have that.
No, I don't want it.
No, but it's a good.
Okay, are there any further speakers? No? Okay. Motion, put the motion on the screen. Yeah, there's the motion on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers. Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Fletcher, thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Bravo, please. Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 16-8.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher and Mayor Chow, please. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 20-4.
Cease. Councillor Perruzza, you're on. CC 41.1, make it easier to build more housing. Do we have questions?
Or an amendment on that.
Pardon?
Oh, I'll defer to the mayor.
Okay, Mayor Cha.
I'm making it quick.
Oh, hold on, we do have questions. Councillor Chernes Lynn.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for staff. Through the chair, do we have an estimate of the amount of revenue we're foregoing by extending the DC deferral to condo multiplexes?
Through the speaker, to date we've seen a limited number of multiplexes that would fall under this sorry, I'm over here.
I'm like looking around, sorry.
Yeah, revision. We're estimating about very minimal financial impacts associated with this change in the report.
Okay. And, you know, we've had some multiplex developments in our ward. We're not always sure, some of them, whether they're rental or whether they're condo. And so I'm wondering if you have a number on what proportion of multiplex developments in Toronto have condo tenure versus rental.
So through the chair, they're still very rare. They're a very small percentage. The vast majority are rental tenure. We are seeing some interest in limited cases of doing condominiumized multiplexes, but it's just a small handful at this point in time.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Mayor Chow.
I have a motion that deals with Toronto Hydro. May I have it? I think it's pre-circulated. The motion is really asking the Toronto Hydro to make it faster and more affordable to build multi-unit housing. And it has an AGM coming up, so we're asking them to report out on how they could make it faster and easier to build. As you know, in the past few years, the City of Toronto has dramatically expanded how we can build more housing, the missing middle, I think we call them. We are now allowing multiplexes, laneways, houses, garden suites, 6-story apartments on major streets. We have made it more affordable to build by reducing or eliminating the development charges. We have also reduced the park levies, making it cheaper to build housing. So while the housing market has slowed down, what we are seeing is that we are hearing there's a rise of small-scale builders who are delivering the missing middle housing in our neighborhoods. And this is places where people want to live and raise a family. So that's worthy of celebration. Recently, my office had a meeting with a group of multiplex planners, architects, builders, along with our city planner and our chief building officer. We asked them how we could cut red tape and make it even faster and easier for them to build. And they came up with some really concrete suggestions, and that is what's in front of you. It's, they said that some of the changes already in the Planning and Housing Committee items, but one item also they said is that it would be great if we could provide the incentives, not just for rental housing, but also for condominiums, i.e. if they build 4 units of housing, if one of the units they want to sell in order to recoup some of the money they're putting forward to start the building, that they would be able to do so. So we thought that would be, it will help to do a starter units, and that would really assist some of these small homeowners to be able to have enough financing to start. It also authorized the chief building official to provide feedback as part of province line-by-line review of the Ontario Building Code and cut red tape and making sure that our buildings are safe, because some of the building code, it hasn't been changed for quite a while. Sometimes they're contradictory. So we're asking our team to provide feedback so that we can cut red tape even further. We've also hearing challenges facing multiplex developers who are seeking to connect the buildings to the power grid, i.e. getting the Toronto Hydro to get on with it and get them into the grid. And they're saying that sometimes it takes quite a long time. So we're asking Toronto Hydro to speed up the approval process, a comprehensive action plan to address this issue. So these are the recommendations in front of you. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Holiday has a question.
We do have a question. Councillor Holiday,
Thank you.
3 minutes.
I need to ask this to lead in. Mayor, this is Oxenden Crescent. I'll ask in the form of the question if you're familiar with it, but it's okay if you're not. It's a beautiful street in Ward 2, tree-lined. I wonder if you are aware that a new multiplex on that street is very controversial because to do a power connection, they've had to run a whole line of power poles across people's lawns on the street to power that one multiplex. And people they're mad enough about the bill, and now they're really angry because Hydro's now been in there to tear up the street. So people that can't even see the multiplex now have to suffer these big poles in front of their place. And it has to do with, I guess, Hydro serving these. And I just wondered if the effect of your motion is going to lead to more stuff like that, that now there's this pressure on Hydro to serve the power needs of this, and it's highly disruptive. And I don't know if there's a way that this motion could be improved that people wouldn't have to go through that.
Well, you might not have read the report last month that the Toronto Hydro is replacing all our street lights.
I read it.
Because, they are turning into LED lights. But part of the report also said that 3/4 of the underground infrastructure, those wires that allow the street light to be lit up, are really old. They're falling apart. They are breaking down. It needs to be torn up, replaced. Now, it will take a while. So your area, every area in the city of Toronto, those underground wires that make your street light work needs to be torn up, needs to be redone, because they are very, very old. And the longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. Right now, in the past, in the last 20, 30 years, you know what we've been doing? We are waiting for the lamp to go out, and then we go fix it. Of course it has a lot to do with this.
Street lighting has nothing to do with servicing the building.
I'm sorry? Yes, it does.
Could you just let the mayor answer that one? Thank you,
If I
Councillor.
could answer my question.
She's working on it. Thank you.
I'm getting to it because the hydro, the Toronto Hydro needs to have a master plan on how they are going to fix street lights, dig up the road, fix the underground wire. While they also need to deal with the importance of connecting not just to local buildings or multiplexes, but to also have to do the connection for businesses. Because I'm hearing the same kind of complaint about Hydro being very slow in connecting restaurants, in connecting whether it's big or small businesses. So the motion in front of you is asking Toronto Hydro to have an action plan on how to speed up and approve and implement when someone comes to them to say, we need to have more electricity, how do we connect with the grid? They are going to have to do the same thing.
So will they underground the wires? Will they underground those poles with this motion?
No, it depends on which one, not always.
Okay. Thank you.
You know what I could do is we could look into how to install utility poles in the least intrusive way. Maybe it's not done right on your street or in Ward 2. The Toronto Hydro can always do better.
Thank you.
And I believe we have a few members that are on the Toronto Hydro board on this council. And I'm sure that during the AGM, they could let it be known that Toronto Hydro, where they put the utility poles, how they disrupt the street, that perhaps they could have a better action plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was no more questions, no more questioners. So
I am.
Oh, Councillor Holliday, you wish to speak? Thank you. You have a motion?
No.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I urge a little bit of caution with this. Having spent some time on Hydro's board, I am familiar with the regulations and how difficult it is to get funding to do work. And ultimately, it's paid for by electricity ratepayers, not the city. But I just urge caution with this stuff because this is a very real example, and this is very topical. This occurred, unbeknownst to this report coming here or this letter coming here. It's a situation on the street. One single development has caused a cascade of effects that have disrupted the neighborhood. And really what the ask of people was, don't put these ugly poles down the street because this one developer wanted to bring more power to this one place. Please put it underground. And, the answer back is, well, there isn't money for that, and this is the way that it's going to be. And it made a bad situation worse. So I appreciate, what the mayor is saying about the importance of bringing hydro to developments and facilities and the delay that occurs sometimes in getting this stuff done. But there is a problem here in that it's the electricity ratepayers that fund these type of connections. And we then place the burden on their shoulders. And I don't know how much hydro can pass those charges along because of the regulations. But I would say just servicing some of these developments also causes a cascade effect in neighborhoods. And, the mayor answered the question towards the end in a very helpful way, which was, I wish we could urge Hydro to do these things with more sensitivity, because I think that would bring value to the neighborhoods and maybe diffuse some of the tension caused by these. So I thank the mayor for those comments. And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the speakers. So time to have the motion. Mayor, you moved it. Yes, all in favor? Recorded vote. We need to, yeah, here's the speaker so she can record herself. Are you coming up? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
The motion carries. The vote is 21-1.
Our next item, item is amended on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, Councillor Bravo, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, so our next item is CC 41.7, which Councillor Sachs held down, and she's not here. It's leave it to intervene in Supreme Court of Canada case. Well, Councillor Holliday, you had your hand up. What, do you have questions? Oh, okay. Can you put your name up then, please? Oh, Councillor Sachs is here. Where is she? Where's Councillor Sachs? Well, her name's on the screen. How did? Oh, because she held it. Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I won't be long. I'm actually going to vote against this, and I want to explain why, because I touched upon it earlier in the meeting today. I think this is important. Sometimes the city finds itself on two sides of the same coin, and it's really important to differentiate itself. We talked a little bit earlier about 3838 Bloor, and that, I'll remind council, was or is a development being done by the city to create a shelter on Bloor Street. So the city is acting as the proponent, the developer. They're building a building, they're going to expand the building to meet their needs. At the same time, this council is the regulator. We are also the entity that is tasked with either granting or not granting the change in form or the change in planning regime for the particular site. It hasn't been lost on the community that we have a self-interest in granting ourselves the zoning uplift because we are at the same time the developer and have a financial interest. And that in itself has reduced confidence in government. As I said, hey, what is it? Government, you're going to do this and you're going to make the decision. You're judge and jury at the same time. And I think these are really important matters, and they seem to come up more and more often. People see this, they sense this, and they turn around and they say, the whole process is rigged. And why should we trust you? And I have a lot of concerns about that. So I would like the Supreme Court to deal with these sort of issues. And I'm going to vote against us intervening on it because I think they should be left to make the decision. But I'd like councillors to think about that, about how important this is, because it is a public confidence issue. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, on the item. Oh, Councillor. Yeah, okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak, but Councillor Holiday gave an impression that I think it's really important we correct for the people of Toronto. We are not the regulator in planning law. The province of Ontario passes the Planning Act, it passes the provincial policy statements, it approves our zoning bylaw, it approves our official plan. The minister has the right to, and we all know this from experience, to impose zoning on any site that he wants. We do not write planning law. We are not simultaneously the regulator and the proponent. And I believe at least as strongly as Councillor Holiday that it's really important that we do everything we can to maintain public confidence. And I think part of that duty is to make sure that Torontonians understand that we are not, under the public builder model, both the regulator and the proponent. Anyone giving that impression should be very, very careful not to mislead the people we represent.
Okay, let's vote.
Councillor Carroll.
I don't need to speak. I can just do this.
Okay. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please.
Councillor Mantis, please.
Councillor Perruzza. The item is, the item carries. The vote is 20-2.
Our next item is CC 4114, 165 St. Denis Drive. Councillor Burnside, you held the item down.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. 155 St. Denis Drive, I have a motion.
Okay, first of all, I have to ask if there's any questions. Any questions to staff? No? Okay. Councillor Burnside, go ahead.
Yeah, just that City Council authorized the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management, in consultation with his Chief Planner, City Solicitor, and Executive Director, Development Review, to enter into discussions with the owner of 155 St. Denis Drive regarding the potential acquisition of the site in its entirety, and to report back to City Council. Essentially, Madam Speaker, this is a situation where the property itself is well below top of bank in the valley, just east of the Don Valley Parkway. Developer came in proposing 4 towers right next to the river near the East Don Trail, and shockingly, it was approved by the OLT. So I'm just looking for ways to prevent that development happening, and this is what I'm proposing.
Okay, on the motion. Yeah, okay. Geez, everybody is screaming at me today. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Mantis, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7-15.
On the item, on favor, carries. All right, Councillor Candeval, MM 4110, off-leash area.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a very minor amendment to include East Beach as well as West Beach. Clerks have it.
Okay, there's the amendment by Councillor Candeval. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Next item is the MM 4119. Councillor Holiday, you held it down. The increased risk of heart disease. Councillor Holiday, do you have questions?
Nope. No questions.
Does anybody have any questions to speak?
Thank you.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Yes, I have an amending motion, which I think is helpful. So I am suggesting adding words to include Pearson International Airport, because I think that is an important comparable. So I called them transportation emissions and noise, so that we looked at both Billy Bishop and Pearson, because I think it's helpful to understand the two. And then the same idea carries forward in Part B, when they talk about jets in proximity to both of those airports. Thank you.
Yeah, what about Buttonwood?
Buttonwood Airport?
Okay.
It's Buttonville. Buttonville. No, Buttonville's closed.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I have amendments. And as those come up on the screen, I want to share that I've been working with my community in Bathurst Key and the waterfront since 2014 as a school board trustee at the time and now as city councillor to protect our neighborhood and to surface the health impacts that are being described and that we are looking for more information on for this community. Residents and businesses and families and seniors in Bathurst Key and the waterfront area live with the island airport in close proximity, and we know that that impacts their experiences on the daily, including the issues of air quality. And the community didn't just bring concerns forward. The Bathurst Key community has mobilized a research-based project that brought together stakeholders to examine with thoughtfulness, care, and expertise what some of these air quality impacts are. In 2020, a Bathurst Key air quality study community began a collaboration between the City of Toronto, the Toronto Port Authority, University of Toronto, and supported by the Bathurst Key Neighbourhood Association, who hosted in-depth town halls to share their significant results that were an outcome of the community input and information and data gathering. This work included direct testing of ultra-fine particles. And if you don't know what ultra-fine particles are, I'll let you know they're usually referred as UFPs and are 1,000 times thinner than a strand of hair and emitted by vehicles and industrial activity. And according to recent studies led by researchers at McGill University in Montreal, they contribute to more than 1,000 premature deaths a year in that city and potentially in Toronto as well. And the Bathurst Key area air quality study determined that the island airport did have concerns and was a major source when it comes to UFPs. Unlike other airborne pollutants, UFPs are not currently regulated by the federal government. And the world is catching up to this emerging research from right here in Canada, like McGill University study, like the World Health Organization setting guidelines for UFPs levels, and the European Union working to regulate them. It's now Canada's opportunity to protect the health of future generations by regulating UFPs through evidence-based review for regulation of this pollution and for our collective air quality. I want to thank the Bathurst Key Neighbourhood Association, city staff, the University of Toronto, researchers who worked collectively and collaboratively with the Toronto Port Authority on this important work, and building the evidence for the regulation of UFPs is a concern for our waterfront and our whole city, and that is the substance of my amendments.
Okay. Councillor Matlow, we're going to lose quorum soon, so if we can rush this. Councillor Matlow? Members of council are leaving. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the warm introduction.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
You're
people
right.
are leaving.
You're right.
Like, it comes to a point
Yeah.
where...
I recognize that it's after 10 in the evening,
Yeah.
and I won't use the 5 minutes. But I just want to encourage you all to not only support my motion, but to support the amendments of both the local councillor, Deputy Mayor Asma Malik, along with Councillor Holidays, who absolutely has a right and responsibility to understand the health impacts of the ultrafine particles in his community as well. We should want to know what the health impacts are on our communities. And you know, if you stand in Little Norway Park, if you stand at the playground, as Asma, Deputy Mayor Malik would know very well, there's this balance there where you're in this wonderful children's playground, and you see right over the gap there's a small regional airport that doesn't have jets. And then you look north and you see the baseball diamond, and across the street you've got the waterfront and city schools, you've got a community center, and a really beautiful, vibrant neighborhood all around it. And it's working. It's working. And it's a beautiful neighborhood with beautiful people. And then just think about the impact of the jets, where these particles are spread mostly during takeoff and landing. And this would be directly adjacent on a much larger runway, directly adjacent to the neighborhood, where kids go to school, like literally feet away. I think it's important that we do that research, and I'll just end this by saying, I wish that Doug Ford would have considered these kind of important matters, the health impacts of his proposal, before he just announced that he's going to do it. That's what leaders do. They do their due diligence, they understand what the impacts are,
and then make a good decision. So he's not doing it, we're going to do it, and I appreciate the chair of the Board of Health, Councillor Moyes, for his support as well. Thank you.
Motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik's motion. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Oh, the next motion. But there it is. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Next one is MM 4122. Councillor Holiday, you held that down. But the noise camera. Do we have questions? Well, maybe you don't. Maybe somebody else does. Does anybody have questions? Councillor Burnside, question.
Yeah, I do. Do we have staff here for this?
Do we have staff here? Yeah, poor staff have been here all day waiting for this.
Okay, so it's through you to staff.
Okay.
Have they looked at this technology in the past, specifically as it was originally used in New York and then in Edmonton, where the courts wouldn't take the noise cameras as evidence? Have they looked at? Have they done this work already?
Through you, Speaker, we have, and we've engaged with those jurisdictions as well. I will note that in a lot of the jurisdictions, these are pilot projects, and some of the legislation that they will work with might be different than ours.
So is this something that you're already doing? Like, I'm not sure why we need this motion. Is it not ongoing work?
Through you, Speaker, it is ongoing work that we do already, but it is always beneficial to continue that work with the possibility that maybe there will be regulatory changes in Ontario.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Yes, what is a noise camera?
Oh, gosh.
Through the speaker, a noise camera would be a camera that could detect a certain level of sound and then take a picture of a license plate of the offending vehicle.
Could I do that with my phone?
You would need to have the reading of the audio reading as well as the camera technology. So it would not be something that would be someone on the street.
Can I get an app? Noise camera app?
That would have to be subject to evidentiary requirements, continuity of evidence, so likely not on a cell phone.
Would we need the province of Ontario to basically allow us to essentially fine people for essentially making too much noise based on our evidence from our noise cameras? Would they have to give us permission to issue these fines for being noisy?
Yes, they would.
So we can't do it unless the province agrees to it, like they had to agree for us to use the speed cameras, right?
That's correct.
They have not done this.
They have not done this.
Is there any jurisdiction in Ontario that does this?
No.
In Canada?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the speaker, I noted that in August 2025, Edmonton launched another pilot. And I'm just wondering, are we tracking the development of the whatever technology they're using and the outcome of that pilot?
Through you, Speaker, we are always reviewing these types of pilots wherever they occur, including the one in Edmonton.
And in New York City, I noted that they are having success in enforcement and that the enforcement is sticking, because I think one of the concerns is that it could be contested and it might not stick. Have you been tracking that development?
So again, through you, Speaker, yes, we are reviewing different jurisdictions and how they've used this technology. I will say that technology is improving and is continuing to improve. But currently, where there is no regulation to allow us to use that evidence here, the technology that is available today may not be the one that's in use by the time regulation comes around, if it does.
But technology is progressing quite quickly. And are you tracking what's happening in Taiwan, where they have had successful implementation for many years now, and it's beyond just a pilot?
So through you, Speaker, I'm not sure exactly if Taiwan is on the list of the jurisdiction that we've looked at. I am aware that this technology is used in different areas in Europe, for example, some areas in the United States, as well as in Asia. So certainly these are areas that we could be looking at for the technology part, at least.
But our biggest challenge is not technology. Our biggest challenge is regulatory. Is that correct?
Through you, Speaker, I think the two are maybe related to some degree. If the technology was consistent and reliable, perhaps the regulatory changes would be faster. But certainly both of those things are issues. Without regulatory changes, having the technology would be of no use.
And who would be able to prove to the province that there is reliable, proven technology? Whose responsibility would that be in order to get that legislative change?
So through the Speaker, it's when we did, for example, speed enforcement cameras, we made the case for the legislation. The legislation was enacted, and then we went through a procurement process to prove that the technology worked and met requirements. And at that point, they enacted regulations to allow us to do the automated speed enforcement program. So we would expect something similar.
And are we following a similar trajectory then? Are we making a case, or has that case already been made? Or do we need to identify technology that we trust in order to make a better case?
So through the Speaker, I think we would need the legislation first before we would actually make the case for the regulatory enactment.
But you just said that we made a case to get the regulatory changes to get automatic speed enforcement.
We made a case for the legislation. The legislation was proclaimed, and then we proceeded to test and procure the technology that would satisfy the requirements of the program. So until we have the legislation in place, we can't proceed with the regulatory requirements.
So have we made the case to the province? Like, this is a request, but have we actually made a case for the necessity of getting this legislative change?
Through the Speaker, no.
And what's stopping us from doing that?
Again, I think we would need to request it from the province, and we have done that in the past.
I'm so sorry. So what is the difference between asking the province versus making a case?
So we would need to explain to them why we believe it's important and ask them for the legislation as a requirement for that.
And we haven't done that yet.
We have made a request for legislation. We have not heard back from the province.
So why wouldn't we make a case instead of just making a request?
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing.
It's the same thing. Okay, and my last question would be, would you be interested in having a meeting, a trans-Pacific meeting online to learn about the implementation in Taiwan?
Last question?
Yeah, that's my last question.
Through you, Speaker, yes, absolutely. Like I said, we're always interested in learning about this technology wherever it's being used effectively.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Holiday. Speaker Nunziata first. I was trying to get the button. I did not push it. Sorry, my apology. Go ahead.
Yeah. We're in May now, have to July. Now, you have so many items that you're working on. Do you think you have time to do this? Like, is this something that's really, that you're going to rush to the province? And like, really, do you have time? Like, is this really a priority for staff when we're dealing with all these other issues that are so important?
Through you, Speaker, enforcement of our bylaws is always a priority, and if council directed us to request that of the province, then that's what we would do.
Yeah, but then there's other items that are very important that you won't have time because you're dealing with. Anyway, it's just, sorry, but I just think this motion really is at this time, and asking staff to do this, go to the province. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to get to the problem we're trying to solve. Do I remember or understand correctly that original equipment manufacturers, vehicle manufacturers of cars or motorcycles, generally make their stuff compliant with noise regulations? So out of the factory, out of the box, these are not the items that are presenting a problem. Is that a fair understanding?
Through you, Speaker, I think the main issue is probably modified equipment.
We'll get to that. So people that modify their vehicles, is it fair to say they do it for one of two general purposes or one of two general ways? They add equipment to the exhaust, which makes noise on purpose, or they modify the exhaust in a way that causes noise, and they generally modify the exhaust to remove components like catalytic converters or make pipes bigger, make them straighter, shorter, and what that does is reduce exhaust pressure or exhaust resistance, adding performance to the vehicle. Are those the two basic problems we see?
Through you, Speaker, my school path was not in mechanics,
it's okay.
so I'm not exactly sure on that.
Would it be general enough to say that people do modify their vehicles in a few different ways, and this results to noise? Generally out of the exhaust, it's exhaust, there's the problem. They're not putting whistles on the car, sirens, it's exhaust problems.
Through you, Speaker, yes, I think that's very fair.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have speakers? Oh, like, it's 10:30 at night. Like, Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Everyone got a chance, so I'm going to take my privilege to take a turn to ask questions, which is what I'm here to do in my capacity. Thank you. Just very quickly, and I think to pull the thread that Councillor Holiday started about, what is the problem we're trying to solve here? To staff, is there currently a gap in our enforcement ability as it relates to noise? Specifically, noise emanating from cars and other moving vehicles, for example.
So through you, Speaker, there is a gap as far as the city's ability to enforce moving vehicles. So MLS, for example, does not have authorities to pull over vehicles or compel identification. So we do have to rely on the police to assist in that enforcement. The idea behind these kinds of cameras is they're automated, so they would not need an actual police officer to be there to pull vehicles over. It would be a camera that would automatically measure noise, take a picture of the license plate, and then we'd be able to follow up on that afterwards.
Is it fair to say whenever we've seen success in enforcement blitzes of this nature, it requires both MLS and Toronto Police to activate together in order to have the correct authorities between the two of them to actually enable enforcement in this area?
Through you, Speaker, yes, and that's been effective in the past.
So it's a huge amount of people power and time with respect to that approach, and it also limits our ability to really get ahead of this issue. Is that a fair statement? The issue of noise and lack of compliance on our roadways. Is that a fair statement?
Through you, Speaker, yes, it is.
So I'll leave it there and I will speak briefly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion which I think will be helpful, and it asks the Government of Ontario to develop stricter regulations around vehicle modifications and to have penalties. And when people go and modify exhausts, they should be inspected. That's just a quick paraphrase. I don't know if anyone remembers as a kid taking a hockey card and taping it to the bike frame so that when it runs through the spokes of the wheel, it makes a motor sound and sounds really cool. But it's absolutely useless, but you know, it's fun. I think the problem we're trying to solve, what I'm suggesting, Councillor Chang, and I thank her for bringing this about the enforcement side, I think there's a gap on the regulation side. Sometimes people modify their vehicles, whether it's a car or a motorcycle, different from the way that it rolled out of the factory. And they do it a couple of ways. Sometimes they add devices to the car, which are completely useless, but I guess they sound cool, but they annoy people. And you know, this really is a pressing problem in the city. And I actually think this is one of the more important things that we've talked about tonight because it affects people all across Ontario and Toronto and generates complaints. So they install these things on their car, or they go and they modify the exhaust system. They take stuff out. They take catalytic converters out. They change the pipes. They change the way the vehicle spews the exhaust because it allows the engine to perform better when you take away the burden of the exhaust. What that does, though, that has an environmental impact. And I'm not saying that the province should bring back drive clean or something like that. I'm not sure that that's relevant in 2026. But there is something to be said about when people go and they modify their cars. Maybe somebody should check those out once in a while. Maybe they should be looked at by qualified people, and those people's reputation should be on the line. Because when you create excessive noise through one of these modifications, if you're not breaking some rules, you ought to be. And what we should do is not only have enforcement technology for people that are driving around with these problems, but go after the people that are doing it in the first place. And look, if you've ever spent time around a racetrack, you know that the race leagues and they have regulations in place so that people can't modify their vehicles so much that they get competitive advantages and they remove parts of the exhaust system. There's certain minimum standards. And we should have those as well, and we should be able to enforce that. And you know what? If you like noisy cars and revving engines and so on, that's cool. But do it at the racetrack. Don't do it on our local streets. Don't do them on our expressways because you can hear it 2 kilometers away. Be an adult about it. Be an actual racer and go to a racetrack. So I hope you support this. What I really hope is what the government does is step in and fill that regulatory gap because the Ontario government can actually solve a big part of this problem.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise in support of the motion from my colleague, Councillor Chang, and for her leadership in this area. I mentioned in my line of questioning a very glaring example of a gap in noise enforcement that we are consistently experiencing in my ward. You all have heard me talk at length about the incredible community of Humber Bay Shores. It is a gem of the waterfront. It has grown up very quickly, lots of promises of infrastructure that never got delivered yet, that we continue to work towards. But there are an incredible tunnel of high-rises immediately abutting the lake. There is a strip along that area called Marine Parade Drive, and it is a very popular destination on the waterfront in the summer months. I'm sure many of my colleagues and folks following along have been down there. It's absolutely gorgeous, and we continue to invest to make it better. But one of the challenges that we see consistently is amplified noise from vehicles that are coming along Marine Parade Drive, and when those noise, the backfire is firing off or whatever else is going on, I don't know the technology behind it, it's echoing through what we now have as a high-rise community of concrete. There are many people who find this completely disruptive to their well-being and to their quality of life. They moved out to Etobicoke for more quiet areas, and they enjoy that waterfront experience. What we have not been able to figure out is the appropriate enforcement that actually deters the behaviors that we're seeing consistently and that are creating a big challenge. I mentioned the only way we've been able to find success in periodic moments is when we see our various colleagues in various divisions, including MLS and of course our partners at the Toronto Police, working together for blitzes in order to get some short-term action in a small way. But that's not good enough for our residents. They want to see the city taking action, looking at new technology, deploying different tools that are effective, efficient, and actually resolving and addressing these challenges that we're facing together. So I think that this is a good path forward, and I hope our provincial government will come along with us on this journey. We do need to deploy technology. It's 2026, and we know that this is working successfully in other jurisdictions like Taiwan, where Councillor Cheng and I got to see that technology on display and see it working in real time. So we'll look to my colleagues and hope they will also support this. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I will try to be as brief as I can. I went on a ride along with 32 Division, and there was a call that we had to go to, which was gunshots fired. And so we went there with trepidation. I had my bulletproof vest on. Oh, before I tell you the end of my story, I do have a motion. Yeah, I have a motion that simply is that the jurisdictional scan happens when the regulatory changes happen. It's just a small edit, but I do hear from staff that they are monitoring all the time anyhow. But more importantly, we went to that apartment and it turned out it was a noisy muffler. And so can you imagine the alarm of people? They called 911 because they thought gunshots were being fired. And this is not a one-off. We know that noise from mufflers can travel 1 to 2 to even 4 kilometers. That's a huge dome of impact that is happening when they race down Lakeshore, when they race down the highways. So many residents that are in our high-rise communities and beyond are being disturbed. And I hear so often from seniors that they're waking up and that adrenaline goes up and they can't fall back asleep. So it's about mental health, it's about health. And if you look in this motion, over 600 letters have been submitted in support of this motion. Each letter is a cry of desperation. Please fix this. Do something so that I can sleep through the night. There are residents that are getting woken up on a regular basis and they don't know when we can solve this problem, and we can't tell them because we're waiting for this regulatory change. So even if we have to move it every year, every 6 months, this is an important issue, and we have to keep reminding our provincial government they hold the keys, and all these residents who are suffering, we need to work together to find this solution, because it's not good enough to just sit on our hands while the technology and the execution and implementation has been successful outside of Toronto. We can do better, we can modernize, and we can do better enforcement, but we need our provincial government to support us. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza.
Oh, no. Just take my name off. That was the moment of illucidity. No worries.
We're talking about a lot of noise in this council chambers.
Wow.
Councillor Bravo.
Yeah, I just want to take 30 seconds to say that I feel it's incumbent on me as Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee to highlight that in this term, one of the topics we've most discussed has been studied and reported on has been noise. So I want to commend Municipal Licensing and Standards staff for all the work they've done to date. I think Councillor Holliday's motion really hits a nail on the head here, and is that those mufflers that are the racing down the street, they've been modified, and there have to be consequences for that, and oversight, because that's something that we don't have any control over, but the provincial government does. And secondly, I appreciate Councillor Cheng amending her motion to say study something only once there's regulatory change. because otherwise we could study every situation. There's so many, it's an endless amount of work that we could request the same staff that we've talked so much about the work that MLS is doing right now, and we need to rank the work in relation to what's materially true and not what's possible. Otherwise, we'll never get anything done. Thanks.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Motion 2 by Councillor Chang. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Motion by Councillor Holiday. Motion 1 on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote. Speaker, just bear with us 1 minute.
Councillor Prusa, who are you talking to?
Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 21 to 1.
Our next item is MM 4126, review of public parking access at Scarborough GO Station. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a minor amendment from staff. It should read Chief Planner and Executive Director City Planning as opposed to the Executive Director of Transit Expansion. So that amendment is with the clerks.
On favor? The amendment on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Madam Speaker, sorry to do this, but for MM 4127, M 4127, which is already passed, I need to reopen the item to make an amendment that involves a stakeholder, some feedback from a stakeholder that's working with city staff. This is the Bluffers Park.
Okay, just a sec. So you're moving a motion to reopen MM 4127?
That's correct.
Okay, motion to reopen MM 4127, on favor, carried. Okay, and so what is it that you want to move?
Clerks have the amendment. It's to consult with the TDC about increasing shuttle time and access for TDC vehicles into Bluffers Park, as well as looking at the, sorry, I think it's before on, it should be on the screen, to work with transportation services.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Candeval, on favor, opposed to any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
MM 4139. Deputy Mayor Malik, I believe you held that item down?
Yes, because I understood that my colleague had questions.
Who had questions?
Councillor
Oh,
Bradford.
okay. Questions to staff? Councillor Bradford? Well, hold on. Let's see if staff is here. Oh, they are. Okay. Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Sorry. Yep, thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks, staff, for sticking around. I realize you're here for this. What's the current state of Hanlan's Point Beach, particularly the south and mid portions?
To the Speaker, a significant portion of the South Beach is underwater because lake levels are much higher than our average over the last 100 years, limiting access to the beach as enjoyed historically.
Okay. Is there a risk of erosion? Is staff aware of that? Is that what's happening? I get that there's a couple things, water levels are higher, but also some erosion.
There is a risk of erosion to the sand both on the beach as well as the recently constructed dunes behind the beach. And
Hold on, please. Councillor Peruzza. It's hard to ask questions of staff. If you want to talk, come on, be respectful. I could hear you, yes. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Speaker, I will repeat. So the councillor asked about erosion. There is certainly erosion to both the beach, but also the dunes that were constructed by the TRCA 4 years ago, and the existing dunes to the north, which are under significant threat right now.
Okay. I know that there's some community groups that have been advocating for further work to restore the shoreline and replenish some of the sand there. How long have you been engaging with the community groups on that particular component of Hanlan's?
City staff, including Parks and Recreation, have been engaged with stakeholders at the beach for many years, certainly through the development of the parks plan up until 2024, and we also have a formal Hanlan's Point Beach working group that is established to address issues like this.
Okay. You guys have an opportunity for regular dialogue and correspondence with them?
We do. We worked through that group in the last week on several occasions, meeting including tonight.
Okay. And what's the feedback that you're getting right now from some of those different working groups and tables as it relates to the erosion issues, particularly on the south and mid portions?
Participants in that working group have emphasized that the approach the city and TRCA takes needs to balance certainly environmental but also cultural significance of this space, which we very much acknowledge. There's also a strong interest in making sure that 2026 can be a successful beach season and community season. And having additional space, it would enable that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, so you're just on the item? Hold on. Who said no? Deputy Mayor Malik, okay?
Yeah, I'm on the speakers list. Thank you very much. And I do have just a small amendment to my motion based on some further conversations as we're dealing with the options and needs of this evolving situation. And I do want to thank, of course, city staff for being here. And of course, my colleagues. This will be very quick and I appreciate your support. City staff, including a member of my team, were just on a call tonight during our meeting to connect with the Hanlan's working group and to figure out how we can make this critical community space accessible accessible, even with the conditions that were described. And as you know, and as this council has affirmed, that over 8 continuous decades, 2 LGBTQIA+ communities in Toronto have used Hanlan's Point Beach and the surrounding area as a community hub, as a place of gathering, as a site of the first Pride. It is Canada and Toronto's oldest surviving queer space, as well as one of the 10 oldest surviving queer spaces around the globe. And I want to thank advocates who have been so consistent on this and raising this and supporting us as City Council to recognize this. Friends of Hanlan's and so many others who have reached out to us and have been alongside us in that recognition. And since 2023, at the start of my term, as a priority and as a response to the call of amazing advocates like that, we have been working collaboratively, including through City Council, to address the serious issue of erosion at Hanlan's Point Beach. We've done a lot of work on this, building new fences, increasing planting, a buffer zone pilot program, restoring areas, developing new pathways, increasing the capability for community to have a voice that is undeterred, and through the Hanlan's Point Beach Working Group, and one of the key working groups in the Toronto Island Park Master Plan. And we've only been able to do this work together because of that incredible community. And as part of the park plan, city staff are making progress on that beach nourishment study to address the concerns in the short term and to develop those long-term and sustainable solutions. What we see here in this season is a huge concern, and I have raised that with staff, and we know that we also need to meet this moment when high water levels are interrupting the much too short beach season, and when we know that is such a precious and public space, especially as we enter Pride Month. This motion enables staff to continue this pressing work with some very clear and supported direction, and I look forward to your support on this, and thank you very much.
I think we have an amendment here from Deputy Mayor Malik, which effectively accomplishes similar things here. So, you know, I'm comfortable with that, and I just wanted to thank her for her work on this. This is an issue that I think a lot of us have heard about over the past couple of weeks, but as Deputy Mayor pointed out, it's been an issue for many years, and we all work together with the staff and the bureaucracy and the civil service, and we try and make things happen. But sometimes additional push from council and council direction is necessary to move things faster. And I know it's always a question of balancing competing interests. There's particular cultural significance of this beach, no secret there, to Toronto's queer community. And the risks are very real, and they're not new risks. We've known about them for years. And so I can appreciate the frustration of you know, Torontonians and users of the beach, the fact that the work was, you know, scheduled to be delivered closer to the end of the year rather than work that could have been perhaps delivered sooner with alternative procurement methods and mobilizing resources that are allocated in the budget, but doing that sooner. So appreciate Deputy Mayor's work on this, and I'm glad that we're further ahead tonight at 11 o'clock than where we were earlier this morning. That's it. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, that's it. Members, before, hold on, we're not done yet. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Thompson, do you want to move that? Okay, it's on the screen.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. The committee and council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Councillor Bradford, do you want to do that one?
Yep, general bills, let's move them.
We have to read it.
You want to put it on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Leave be granted to introduce bills 475 to 494, 496 to 555.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of City of Toronto Act? All in favor, opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Mayor Chow?
Yep, and recorded vote.
You have to read it.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 41 on May 20th and 21st of 2026.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Thank you to staff. Thank you to members of council. This meeting is now adjourned.